Alright, awesome. We're live. Alright, the audio seems to be okay. Maybe. Oh. Oh, that's annoying. Very professionally done. It's just the... Even do it in game. Yeah, that sounds better. I'll fix this one up here. Wee. Seems like it. The time period has only changed twice. I don't know if it would be easy to read auto mode or if it would just be better to manually do it. I've changed the, I did it a bit earlier, I changed the, audio settings to be no, voice overlay from characters. I can read it all loud, I guess. Text speed, normal, yeah, that seems fine. Is this a dating sim? I think it's a dating sim. It's real-time strategy, actually. Real-time strategy, lots of micro. Okay. Hopefully the audio is okay. Someone needs to tell me if it's crap. English, Nipponji, no. Shooting returns to the title, no. Custom, everything seems fine. Oh wait, no, that's save the game. No, I haven't even started. But once more time. Controls. Interesting. Try using the Z key. Oh yeah, if it's left mouse or yeah, duh. Okay. Cool. Let's do that. I could even use a controller if I wanted to, and funnily enough, the game has controller settings for two-handed controller and one-handed controller. Which speaks to the history of the game, I suppose. The sound was beautiful, like the tolling of the bell. Of a bell. No, truth be told, the sun hung over me, heavier than an iron weight. This beauty had little to do with aesthetics. The stark armor wrapped around her was like the frozen night itself. The ringing was not itself pleasant. It was the sound of steel. But the night herself was beautiful enough to make it into a chime of a bell. No, wait, it's the Leo point. Iconic moment. I ask of you, are you my master? Her voice resonated in the darkness. I have come in response to your summons. Henceforth my blade is yours, and your fate with me. Our pact is now sealed. Indeed, the pact was now sealed. Just as she chose to serve me. Oh no, my... One moment. Really poor timing on this. I have a little stand for my camera, and it chose to die out now. Okay. Wait for it to die again, I swear. Okay, okay. I'm sure in that moment that I swore to save her. Instantly, the moment Shura looks at us with Saber, it's like, yep, no, I'm giving up my life for this woman. The moonlight cut through the darkness, as if in imitation of the night. The storehouse regained its former calm. Time had stopped. The vision before me had lasted less than a second. Be that as it may, I will always remember the sight of her as clearly as if it were still happening now, even if I fall into the depths of hell. The faint slant of her profile, serene, divinely green eyes. For a moment, time stopped, and her silhouette draped in blue swayed in the wind. I was struck by the pale blue glow. Her hair, as fine as golden thread, was bathed in moonlight. I see someone who takes me back. He's tall, with chiseled features. I've never known him to crack a joke. He ruffles my hair affectionately. No, that's not what this is. It's more like he is grasping my head and working it like a stubborn child. Maybe he doesn't know how to control his strength. That's only to be expected. This is the first time he has ever done something like this. It's time for me to leave. You know what to do next. I answered yes in a somber voice. He nodded once, withdrew his hand, and stood up. That's all. Had I known this would be the last time we would ever see each other, I would have done my best to make him laugh with the perfect joke. I've been practicing punchlines in pirate, in hopes of finally seeing a smile crack that stony face. If I have one regret, it is that I never got to tell him any of my jokes. Get the association in your debt before you become an adult. Any decisions after that, I leave up to you. I'm sure you'll manage on your own. So he said, but I bet he was worried about me. He told me about our family's heirloom jewels, the gems passed down to us from our grandmaster, and how to manage the underground workshop. It was a rapid-fire course of subjects he had never taught me before. Even as a child, I realized that he would probably never come home again. There was a war. Not a war between countries, but between people. But in this war, there were only 7 combatants. It might not have seemed fitting to call it a war, but having mages involved changes things. 7 mages from different factions competed, but I wasn't sure why. They killed each other using methods I didn't really understand. One of them was the man in front of me. It meant that he would kill and eventually be killed. I'm sure he felt the tickle of his life's clock, even keenly than I did. Ticking, sorry. Rin, before long, the Holy Grail will appear. It is the duty of the Torsakers to obtain it, but above all, it is a path we are destined to walk as mages. And with that, he ruffled my hair one last time and left. I never saw him again. My father/teacher was one of the masters who participated in the Holy Grail War. He never came home. Safe travels, father. I bid him farewell, as a well-behaved daughter should. I knew I was on the verge of tears, but I didn't let them show. I loved him. He was a great father and an even greater mage. Mages are stubborn people. As far as I knew, there wasn't a more upstanding man in the whole world. As my instructor, he trained me. As my father, he loved me. So I decided I would accept the things he left for me and choose my own path. Rin, before long, the Holy Grail will appear. It is the duty of the Torsakers to obtain it, but above all, it is a path we are destined to walk as mages. In the end, his final words for me were given as a mage, not as a father. That's the moment I made up my mind. Alright, I guess. I would better do everything I can to become a worthy mage. It is only natural for an apprentice to live up to her master's hopes. That's how I, Rin Torsaka, grew up experiencing life's twists and turns. It's been 10 years since my father went off to war. I wouldn't say I've been looking forward to this day, but I am a bit on edge. That goes without saying after all. That moment which was burned into my memory 10 years ago will soon be upon me again. I hear something. Ring ring. Shut up. Stop. The noise doesn't stop. It's such an infernal racket. It's almost as if it's here to avenge my father. What now? I was up late, just a little longer. I wish it had just let me sleep a bit more. In fact, it should. I start up in the early hours deciphering my father's will, and I used a hell of a lot of magical energy to do so. I'm totally exhausted, body and mind. Good grief, cut me some slack, will ya? Ring, 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 ring. The alarm clock is deaf to my complaints. What kind of machine makes a noise that seems like its sole purpose is to remind you that you're late? Late? I can't be late. True, but there is a time and place for everything. No matter how much of an overachiever I am, I should try to make it to school on time, at least for today. If only slightly. Oh right, I set my alarm 30 minutes early, which means I should still be able to sleep another 30. Does that sound off? 30 minutes early. I peer at the alarm clock through sleep-heavy eyelids. The hands point to 7 o'clock on the dot. I usually get up at 6:30, which means I've completely used up my safe margin. Yeah, that's pretty real. Oh man, I do that all the time. Speaking of which, why is my brain so slow in the morning? I glared at the alarm clock for several seconds. I shut off the alarm and climbed sluggishly out of bed. The morning chill bites at me as I cross the hallway and enter the parlor. This is the final 7 AM in July. January, jeez. Ugh. Winters in Fuyuki are relatively warm, but the mornings here are cold as anywhere. Even at home, my breath mists white. It's that much colder without anyone else living here. Heater. I turn off the heater and go wash up. Single living is inconvenient at times like these. If only there was someone else here to wake up before me, then the parlor would already be heated. I wash my face at the sink. I run a brush through my long hair and get dressed. A chilly morning in a frigid bathroom. The only thing to be said for it is that the cold water mercilessly beats the sleepiness from me. With a final tug on the ribbon of my collar, I finish getting dressed. All that's left is to have breakfast and go to school. The clock reads just past 7, so my morning rush feels a little bit anticlimactic. Oh, I don't even need to run then. Of course, I would never do anything so uncouth as sprinting to school. The Torsucker family motto dictates that we must conduct ourselves with competence and elegance at all times. My ancestors must have been some high and mighty aristocrats if that's what we've taught through the generations. Anachronistic mansion I lived in is proof enough of that. Plus, the Torsuckers are a line of spellweavers who practice what is known as magecraft. We're not just an old family. We have an admirably storied history. Not that it's anything to brag about. In fact, I literally cannot talk about it. The truth is, I'm a mage. Who could I even brag about that to? As the name suggests, magecraft is what most normal people would see as magic. It sounds like some supernatural woo-woo, and if you would like to think of it as just wiggling your fingers and saying, abracadabra, that's fine too. Just think of us as people who chant weird words and make equally weird stuff happen. Chanting my weird words brackets German language. That said, we don't fly around on broomsticks. We don't shoot stars out of our wands either. We can do things of like that. We can do kind of like that. Well, geez. We can do things kind of like that. I don't know why that messed with me. It's magecraft in itself. But there is no point, so we don't. We're pretty much heretics who lurk in the shadows of society. We're not allowed to draw attention to ourselves, and anyone who has the time for that kind of thing would rather spend it on their research. Ordinary humans might call us magicians, but that would be wrong. In fact, there are only 5 magicians in the whole world. Magicians are what we call people who can do something no one else can. They can accomplish feats beyond the means of modern science and perform genuine miracles. Similarly, magic is the label we use for mystics, magical mysteries that cannot be realized with any amount of time or skill. While Magecraft, though it looks mysterious, is something anyone can do with enough time and resource. I'm a mage, and the kind of mystics I use are merely magecraft, not true magic. Confusing, I know, but that's how it works. Also, modern civilization doesn't accept the existence of mages. We believe in manipulation, and study things that cannot be measured, which puts us at odds with modern society. Above all, there is no point to any of what we do. You would be so much happier just going off to a normal school and becoming a normal adult than you would studying Magecraft. Human technology has accomplished great things. For the last few centuries, Magecraft has been playing catch-up to the progression of civilization. Nothing is impossible for humans anymore, or humanity anymore. Miracles that could only be realized with Magecraft in the distant past have been reduced to common tools and appliances. Even so, Magecraft does have its benefits. Just as there are things only science can accomplish, there remains heights only mystics can reach. If science is racing into the future, the mages are racing into the past. I think the Tosaka Grandmaster said that. Whether you're heading into the past or to the future, your destination is the same. 0, or something like that. We can shelve the difficult topics for now. Philosophy is for the elderly. I finish my breakfast and pack up my bag. Pick up my bag. Alright, gotta bring my pendant. I'm reluctant to take something so valuable to school, but it would be a waste to leave it behind. I mean, this thing's 100 years old. It's by far the most powerful jewel we have. One could even say it's on an entirely different level. I obtained the gem after decoding my father's will last night. It's imbued with 10 years worth of my own magical energy. I've been told that the Tosaka family has heirloom jewels passed down since the olden days, and this might be one of them. Tosaka mages specialize at the conversion and flow of power. We channel our magical energy into precious gems whenever we have a spare moment. Simply put, I'm the gun and the jewels are the bullets. The other main thing I've inherited from my father is the magic crest engraved into my left arm. A magic crest is proof that I am the heir to our lineage. It's like all the techniques of the Tosaka condensed into a tattoo. Can't let my guard down, even if it hasn't started yet. For now, I stow my pendant, my father's safekeep, in a pocket. It's my trump card. There's nothing I can't do with the power stored in me. It's 7:30. I better leave soon if I don't want to be late for school. there's the magic words. What is that, like Schließung? Oh my god. Dry. That one I know. I weave energy into a brief foreign phrase. As a mage, I cannot neglect the security of my home base. That still applies even if I've never had so much as a single burglar, lost child, or stray cat wander into my home. Actually, I don't think the neighbors have ever come out to say hello. That's fine with me, but why don't I ever get stray cats around here? I look up at the mansion that's been my home for over a decade. Fuyuki is a strange city. One side of the intersection dividing the residential area is filled with old samurai estates. Well, the side I'm on has an abundance of mansions built in European style. Gee, I wonder why. Apparently a whole bunch of foreign families immigrated here long ago, but I've never seen a single foreigner here. There's even a cemetery for foreigners in Shinto, the new part of the city, across the river, but it was built for the generation that immigrated here. Maybe Japan just doesn't suit them. I make a mental note to ask the priest about it next time I visit the church. He's nothing if not full of boring trivia for sure. Oh. Something feels off as soon as I step outside. That's weird. It's quieter than I thought. There's no trace of the typical morning bustle. At 7:30 in the morning, there would normally be students and workers on their daily commute. I guess it's just one of those days. Maybe everyone slept in. It's unusually cold today, so everyone must be snuggled up in bed. Still, though. Even if that were true, it's strange there isn't a single student on the street. At this time of day, you would expect to see at least a school uniform or two. And yet, from where I'm standing at the school gate, it looks like morning club activities are just starting up. Which can only mean... Oh, Tosaka, you're awfully early today. I knew it. With a single sigh, with a light sigh, I turn to face the student calling me out. Morning, sure is cold today. The girl who addresses me so casually is Ayako Mitsuri. She's my classmate in 2A, and she has quite a history. Morning, Mitsuri. And sorry for the weird question, but do you know what time it is? It's not even 7 yet. You still asleep or something? She waves her hand in front of my face as if to ask if anyone's home. Ayoko is one of my few friends, and she knows I'm not a morning person. She's probably figured out by now that I'm still not completely with it. The clocks at home are an hour ahead. All of them, apparently. I thought it was just my alarm clock, but the grandfather clock was off too. What's going on here? Father must have set the clocks to go haywire once I took the pendant out of the underground cellar. Tosaka? Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. Are you on your way to morning practice, Mitsuzu? Yeah, there's a ton of troublemakers in the Kyoto Club, and we're down one of our best shooters. We need to put up a good show if we're going to attract first years in April. I see. Sounds rough. Way to show you care. Oh, wanna come see? I'm sure the boys would love to know you're watching. The Kyoto Club here. I'm acquainted with 3 of its members. When is Ayako, the girl I'm talking to now? I barely ever speak to the other 2. Of those latter 2, there's one that I actually can't explain away as simply as acquaintance. I became friends with Ayako, the club captain, because I've been watching the club from afar. Okay, as long as it's just watching, I'll come. It's not like I have anything else to do this early in the morning. Nice, then let's get going. One of our school's trademarks is its well-equipped archery range. The chair of the school board has a passion for Kyudo, traditional Japanese archery, so they built a magnificent range on campus. It's kind of a waste for a high school, to be honest. Come on, let's go. There's still time before practice starts. I'll get you some tea. Ayuko tugs on my arm, looking somewhat pleased. If I'm being honest, brisk. Man, I'm illiterate. Brusque? Huh. Never seen that word before. Brusque way of speaking is a bad habit. As Ayuko said, there's no one else at the range. We sip Japanese tea that's so hot it numbs my tongue as we prepare ahead for today's classes. The hot drink is delicious in the quiet, wintry archery range. Okay, I'll get right down to it. Felt with you today, Tosaka. Did you finally reel in someone good? And she uses the occasion to ask me something completely ridiculous. Ooh, you're just getting straight to it today, huh? Should I take that tone to mean you beat me to the punch? No comment. If you're not showing your cards, then neither am I. So, how about it? If you're being so tired it's anything to go by, I bet I'm right on the mark. No comment either. I guess even if I tried to hide it, you would see right through me. Sadly, not yet. What about you? Can you really afford to take your time on the romantic front? You're not wrong. Things aren't looking too good. Sure, I can grab someone just for appearances, but quality matters, you know? I shouldn't compromise when my future's on the line. And are you that worried you'll make the wrong choice and lose to me? Obviously. The important thing here is that you lose to me. What I actually gain in the process is secondary, really. She chuckles confidently. Huh, the two peas in a pod. Yeah, I told you when we met that this is what it would be like between us. She did, didn't she? Kill or be killed. I'm sure that's how it is between the two of us. I was genuinely surprised to have someone say that right off the bat. Translation. Our friendship won't bloom unless we're constantly trading blows, is what Ayako was getting at. I agree with her. In the 2 years since then, I still haven't figured out whether she's my friend or my nemesis. How did we get onto this again? What? You started this, Oscar. You complained that you've never had a boyfriend, so we decided to make it a contest to see who catches one first, remember? Ah, right. That was the deal. We said whoever loses has to do whatever the winner says for a day, right? Yep. I don't think even kids make deals like this anymore, but we're both sore losers. No matter what happens, the loser has to honor the deal. Gotta say, I'm looking forward to winning. Ayako snickers in delight. My goodness. Ayako Mitsuzuri. To put mildly, a handful. I'll admit I'm looking forward to winning myself, so that goes for both of us. I see, but Mitsuzuri, you can look forward to the future. Don't lose sight of the goal. There's more to our contest than being first to finish. If rivalry lasts for a year, then you are no longer rivals, you are gay. True. Someone tell Ayako to look out for Greek women. Be on the look. Wait, which island is Medusa from? It's not Lesbos, is it? For some reason I feel like it actually is. No, it can't be though. I know, it's not a real victory unless it's a relationship that makes you green with envy. That's the biggest challenge for us both, though. It doesn't matter how great of a guy he is if we can't bring ourselves to love him. Ayoko's sigh is heavy. From what I've heard, she's known as a bit of a misandrist. Can't put too much stock in gossip there. That she made this bet at all means less that she just doesn't like boys, and more that she hasn't found the right person. That aside, wait, when did this become a we? I'll have you know I'm not an ice queen like you. I have no problem with liking a boy. Yeah, not buying it. Maybe you just haven't realized it, but I can't imagine you getting soft on a boy. You're always getting asked out, and you never once said yes. You would think that if you were actually interested, you would at least date a few. I would say your record speaks for itself. You don't care about boys. You have no imagination at all, do you? What if I already have feelings for someone? Wow, talk about tall tales, but sure, I could appreciate a good romance. Ayoko's tone isn't mocking, she nods solemnly. Her sigh tells me that it would be nice if it were true. I don't believe myself. I really can't hide anything from her. So can I. She's right. I knew very well how cold I am. I'll concede that I'm a novice when it comes to romance. That you are. 2 peas in the pod, right? Damn, it's already 7. We better cut the secret meetings short. Who knows when someone might walk in on us. Time to start acting like students. Oh, look at you. What a social butterfly. It was worth waking up early just to see it. Not as much as the great Rin Tosaka. I'm the David to your Goliath. Your ability to fake being goody two-shoes at school is practically an alternate personality. Ayoko sniffs exaggeratively. I empty the rest of the teacup she poured me and ruin your pot. So, why not join a club? Don't feed me your usual bull about being unathletic. I still haven't forgotten how you beat me in every fitness test last year. You had me beat in lung capacity though. And wait. Yeah, I gained 3 kilos. There's something to celebrate, damn it. You tricked me. Ayoko slaps the table. Careful, you might spill the tea. Shouldn't the club captain be taking better care of the place? Shut it. I'm your rival first and club captain somewhere else after that. If there's no one else around, you can bet I'm ready to take the fight to you. Ayoko side-eyes me with a half. She has a unique idea about beauty. A beautiful woman must walk the martial path. She's always going on about that. Not surprisingly, she's well versed in most martial arts. Kyudo was the discipline she was least skilled at, so she joined the club and worked her way up to captain. She's probably one of the top 3 people in our school you'd least want to mess with. Should you really be saying that you stop being captain if none of your club members are around? Why not? I'm only captain for show. I can just have the more unruly members take care of any grunt work. Plus, there's better shooters than me anyway. I don't even have any captains on it to defend. That's so. I recall Miss Fujimura saying that you were the best they had. Ugh, coming from her, that's a bit of an ego boost. But still, she's only saying that because of the guy who left. You're right though. If Miss Fujimura thinks that much of me, I better act like a real captain. That's the spirit. And speak of the devil, here comes your clubmates now. Time for me to go, but make sure you do your part. What? You're not gonna watch us shoot? I wouldn't understand even if I did. It's one thing to watch from afar, but the uninitiated shouldn't loiter in the dojo. Just as I get up to leave, the first club members begin entering the archery range. Good morning, Captain. Morning, Mato. Are you by yourself today? Yes. I'm sorry I couldn't convince him to come. That's fine. If he doesn't want to, there's no point forcing him. Ayako speaks to the first club member to arrive. I turned off the voices just to read it out instead. Couldn't figure between just like silently letting it play out or just speaking it. I'll be going then. See you later. See. Yeah, later, Tosaka. Have a good day, Tosaka. Thanks. Hang in there, Sakura. I leave the dojo behind so as not to get in the way. Morning, Tosaka. Funny running into you this early. Oh no, and here comes the person I least wanted to see. Ain't no way it's Mr. Shinji himself. Good morning, Mato. You're here early. Of course I am. I'm the captain, so I need to set a good example for the first years. Shinji Mato from Class 2C grins at me. Grins, Jesus. He's the vice captain of the Kyoto Club and darling of half the girls at school. That's right, I forgot about that. Like, woos every woman he sees. Little did they know he prefers his sister. It's mostly thanks to his looks, of course. That he's also admired for his good grades, social graces, being kind to girls, and being an overall heartthrob, or something like that. I really don't follow that kind of stuff. It's just what I hear my classmates say. I see. Hate to burst your bubble, but I'm pretty sure you're forgetting an important part of that, Mato. Try to remember next time. Good looks, yeah. What's that? Vice. I don't care whether you're captain or vice captain, but if you make a point of leaving it out, people might think it bothers you. Vice captain. You're right. I'll keep that in mind. Thanks, Tosaka. Not sure I did anything you should thank me for, but hey, I'm not going to stop you. With that, I turn and leave the range. Well, hang on. You're here to watch, aren't you? You're more welcome to stay. Pass. I don't want to interrupt your practice. I don't mind at all. If anyone says otherwise, I'll kick them out. So why don't you stick around? I already said I don't want to intrude. It's not as if I'm particularly interested in Kyoto. I'm not really excited to watch a bunch of people I don't know shooting arrows. What's that, Tosaka? You don't care about Kyoto? Huh. Must be confusing. Just must be confused after seeing you watching us after school so many times. I don't know what he's playing at, but he seems to have seriously misunderstood things. So you knew Mato? Oh god. Yeah, our eyes met often, you and I saw you watching me. I wanted to call it out to you. but you know how it is. I can't raise my voice on the range. Shinji starts closing in on me, looking pleased with himself. I see the triumphant glint in his eyes competing with the affable smile. I had it wrong all along. I thought you liked watching us shoot, but you aren't interested. Why were you watching then, Tosaka? He really does have such a punchable face. Now I see. It would sound like that, wouldn't it? Would you mind taking a step back, Mato? I like my personal space. What was that, Tosaka? Ah, you're still not getting it. This isn't my usual style, but I guess it's take. Here, I'll make this real simple, so even you can understand. I'm even less interested in you than I am in Kyoto. I didn't even know you were in the club, and I doubt I'll remember you next time either. Rish cheese. Got him. What did you just say? I must have touched a nerve because he grabs me roughly. I twist out of his reach and turn to leave. Yikes, bro. Bye, Mato. Sometimes a little self-consciousness can do you good. Tosaka, you little. Shinji sounds like he's about to say something, but he keeps his temper and doesn't chase after me. This guy is all style, no substance. If he had even a little backbone, the people around him wouldn't suffer nearly so much. I take the rear entrance into campus from the archery range. It's past 7 now, but there still aren't any students in the hallways. Hey, it's Tosaka. Good morning, Miss Fujimura. Yep, good morning to you. I just love how you're so polite to teachers like me. Shinji has nothing. He's got no style, no looks, no class. He gets nothing. The strange woman pretends to sob in delight. Fujimura is how I believe Nitro behaves as a teacher. Not gonna lie. Maybe hard to believe, but this extraordinarily affectionate and happy-go-lucky woman is actually a teacher here. Is there another way to say good morning? There sure are. The first years all greet me properly, but once they're upperclassmen, they stop using my surname. Don't follow their example, alright? Oh, I'm not quite sure I understand, but I wouldn't be rude to you. Good girl. Oh, I wish they could be more like you, Tosaka. With a parting wave and a seer, Miss Fujimura leaves. Fortunately, she isn't my homeroom teacher. Miss Fujimura teaches English. Her sunny attitude belies her expert rank in Japanese fencing, kendo. In her student days, they call her the Fuyuki Tiger. That's the mystery, though. You would think someone known as a tiger would be feared, not adored, right? Miss Fujimura cheerily heads off in the direction of the archery range. Speak of nature and he appears. Spooky. Should know this. I take that back. My mistake. some reason, she's the faculty advisor to the Kyudo Club instead of the Kendo Club. It's just before 7:30. I can see students doing their club activities on the school grounds. There's hardly anyone indoors. Except... Osaka. He always blurts out my name like I did something wrong every time he sees me. Well, if it isn't the student council president. It's a little early for patrolling the campus, isn't it? Oh, you may be fixing up the club rooms. You're diligent as always. Not that I care. And just what are you doing? You're not even in a club, so why are you here early? I just felt like it. I'm not an early riser like your family, Ryudo. The student council president's handsome face darkens with suspicion. He seems to have it out for me. I really don't know why. Maybe me saying temples are so dull, pass. That's what started it. One question for you. Have you been staying late on campus lately, Tosaka? Nope. I'm in the Go Home Club. You know that. Naturally. As the appointed student council president, I'm well acquainted with all of our students' affairs. That's nice. I'm not sure why you're bothering asking me then. I hope you're not trying to pawn your student council work off on an outsider. Spy on your fellow students yourself. Don't ask me. It's got nothing to do with me. In what way are you an outsider? Don't think I haven't noticed the way you use your wows to get your hooks into our treasurer, you vixen. Well, that was uncalled for. Mitsuzuri just asked me to publicize your club's budget allocation. Don't the students have a right to know how their funds are being spent? That's all it was to you, was it? The psychological damage you inflicted on the treasurer made her take an entire week off. I shouldn't be surprised to see how twisted your ethics are. Look who's talking. You ought to keep your staff on a tighter leash. Playing favorites with the cultural clubs doesn't seem too fair to me. I know that. That's why I was going to order them myself. True. Oh, there he is! It's fixed, to say. Just then, an unexpected visitor makes his presence known. Oh, sorry, Amina. Are you doing all the work while I'm out here? And I just asked you your help with the repairs. Forgive me. Don't worry about it. Where's the next one? We don't have much time. The AV room, then. The equipment has been acting up for a while, and it's finally given up the ghost. My husband. It's my boy. If it's completely broken, I can't fix it. It would be easy to buy a new one. You're right, but I would still appreciate if you take a look. It looks like it's on its deathbed to me, but you might be able to nurse it back to health. Yeah, true, actually. just random Shiro, like, spray, yeah. Okay, I'll try. I like the idea that Shiro doesn't actually know how, like, most, like, electronics and such work, and that he's, like, purely reliant on his magecraft. Like, he's just, like, in, like, doing some, like, soldering and doesn't even know how to do it properly. Like, damn, Shiro, I thought you were good at this. Don't you know? No, that's too much soda. Like, purely relying on his magecraft. Beckons by other students, the president leaves. I'd stopped thinking during this sudden turn of events. The other boy, wrench and screwdriver in hand, turns as if he's remembered something. You're early today, Tosaka. He awkwardly mutters and leaves. Was that supposed to be a greeting? The president and the student called Emiya walk off in the distance. That would be Shiro Emiya from Class 2C. I hope that's all it was. So he still needs to be... Okay, fair enough. Because remember in the Unlimited Blade Works anime, where it's sort of depicted that he, like, was able to fix it while, like, not having looked at it. How do I put it? The wrench looked right at home in his hands, but I'm not sure if it's because it makes him look tough or handy. At 7:30, there's no one else in Class 2A. I take a seat at my desk and flip through my math workbook. There's still 30 minutes until morning homeroom. I've got time to kill until my classmates start arriving. The classroom is lively as lunch break begins after the fourth period. My school has a cafeteria, so only about half of the students stay in the room. It's mostly girls that stay behind. The girls think the cafeteria is a bit too liberal with the seasoning, so... Oh, here's all these side characters. Tosaka, would you like to have lunch with me? We girls tend to enjoy our lunches as a group. I'm sorry I can't, Segusa, but thanks for asking. I'll be eating at the cafeteria today. I overslept this morning, so I didn't have time to make lunch. Of course. Sorry for ambushing you with that. Segusa looks guiltily at her feet. Among the refined and well-behaved students of Class A, she's the most demure. For some reason, she's really nice to me. There's nothing to apologize for. I just didn't have time to make a lunch today. Please, ask me again tomorrow. I let her down gently as I can, and offer a genuine smile. Oh, okay. So even you sleep in too, huh? Perhaps myself made her feel better. Segusa turns back to her table looking relieved. She's adorable. Yukika Segusa isn't drop-dead gorgeous, but her smile always puts everyone around her at ease. It does happen, I don't let it show. I'm really not a morning person. I can't get up early enough to be in any clubs. No, I suppose not. Wait, is she also in the track and field team? Or is it just the like, tan girl? Can't remember. Segusa somehow maintains an elegant air, even when startled. Watching her reactions is always so calming, but that doesn't mean I have time to just stand here and talk. If I keep up a conversation with someone so disarming, the real me is bound to show herself. I'm off to the cafeteria then. Enjoy your lunch. You too, Tosaka. Seigusa and I exchange some graceful greetings, and she turns to her friends. I see that she's eaten with Kaede Makidera and Kane Himuro. Sorry. Oh yeah. Alright, listen Seigusa, the track and field club manager. Makidera and Himuro are the track and field club's rising stars. Makidera is a bad influence with whom I go window shopping on the days off. But I don't know Himuro too well. Looks like you got dumped, Seiichi. Told you that Tosaka didn't bring lunch. If you want to hook her, you gotta bring enough food for both of you. That's the real lesbian grind. Always have lunch for two. Lucky, can't we just go to the cafeteria with her too then? Nah, it's too cramped in there to share space with us brown baggers. Plus, it's really annoying to have boys stare at us. Stare when you sit next to Tosaka. The last time we hang out, she hogged all the attention. She's an overachiever. And all swanky, too. I can't take it. Makidera takes hold of Seigusa's desk as she continues to rant about me. Despite her foul mouth, she actually wears the kimono really well, like a picturesque Japanese beauty. Maki-no-ji, later Tosaka can hear everything you're saying. Meanwhile, Himuro's cool and solid demeanor are a complete foil to that of Makidera. Oh crap, did she hear me? Ugh, I bet she's totally glaring at me. Oh, I don't think she's glaring at you. She's totally shooting lasers. It's the scariest when she's smiling at you. Come on, just let it slide with pals, remember? I'll treat you to some taiyaki that one time. Kaede Makidera puffs her cheeks out in a pout, waving her disposable chopsticks in the air. Would you believe that her hobby is collecting wind chimes? The world works in strange ways. At any rate, it's rude to Seigusa to stare at the three of them. Caught between me and the foul-mouthed Makidera, Seigusa looks like she doesn't know what to do with herself. It's alright, Seigusa. Makidera, I was the one who treated you to crepes, not taiyaki. You really ought to fix how often you work in hydroponic. Ugh, that smells scares the daylight out of me. Makidera holds up her lunchbox lid like some kind of shield. I bid the odd trio farewell, leaving the castle. And slide the doors closed. Oops. Ah, give me a break. Taiyaki crepes. What's the difference? They're both sweet things wrapped in carbs. Makidera utters something blasphemous for a girl. She thinks taiyaki and crepes are the same? She even human? Are all desserts the same to her? But then her taste buds can't distinguish Fleur's 500 yen very, very berry from 80 yen taiyaki at Edomei. Damn you, Kaede Makidera. I could have saved 420 yen. Wow, what am I getting actually upset for? I must still be tired from last night. The cafeteria sounds like a pain, so I'll just buy some bread from the counter and eat on the room. I purchase my lunch and head to the unoccupied. Purchase my lunch and head to the unoccupied roof. Though it's different in summertime, during the winter the roof is a convenient place to eat that other students tend to avoid. It's too cold to hang out there during lunch, but that's a small price to pay for privacy. Time to eat. I indulge in the tomato sandwich and hot lemon drink I bought from the cafeteria. It's a simple lunch, made all the more delicious by the fact I can enjoy it up here in peace. I finish the sandwich and sip on the warm lemonade drink. Jesus. I'm a little tired. It's hard to balance being an overachiever with avoiding human contact as much as possible. As the saying goes, one should be accomplished at both pen and the sword. It's a point of pride, no, conviction, that I be the top student of the school. I've decided that if I was going to be a student, then I would be the very best. I didn't want people looking down on the Torsaka name. That's how Rin Torsaka came out to be perfect, flawless student. On the other hand, my occupation as a mage is dangerous, so I shouldn't associate too much with normal people. When a mage is discovered by the public, she has no choice but to eliminate witnesses to protect herself. I would rather not resort to that. That's why I keep my social interactions purely superficial, out of necessity. I only hang out with the Makidera on my days off, and I turn down invitations from more sociable people like Segusa. It's difficult walking the tightrope of being the #1 student at school while making sure I don't become anyone else's #1. And sure, there are times where it tires me out, and I feel like life is a real drag. Oh, it's already time. I finish the hot lemon drink and stand up. That's enough sentimentality for today. Time to go back downstairs and become Rin Torsaka again. Homeroom is over. Make sure you lock your day shifts and lock the doors and windows. If you don't have any club activities, try to get home quickly. Class 2A's teacher gives his usual spiel and leaves the room. As far as I know, he said it exactly the same way all year. Tosaka, are you going home already? Yeah, I had a run-in with Vitor in the morning, so I want to leave before it gets out of hand. Nah, I figured. Shio had a temper this morning. He must have put it through the ringer. Did he know? Sorry for the trouble. It wasn't really. Vitor's always hard on the younger students. Helps them build character. Glad to hear it. I'll make it up to you later. Sure. Hope it doesn't put you off. Stop by again sometime. I make my way home without taking any detours. My time as Rin Torsaka, the honors student, ends once I leave the school. The next half of the day is reserved for the other me. I have to become a mage of the Torsaka. When I arrive back at the house, I'm greeted with the pulsing light of my answering machine. Voicemail. That's rare. Figures. It's cute, eh? I have a feeling I know what he's going to say, but I better listen. I won't hear the end of it later. I press the play button and hear a familiar male voice. It's me. I'm sure you're aware. Tomorrow's the time limit, Lauren. We will have a problem if you procrastinate any further. There are only 2 spots left. I must ensure all the masters are in order soon. The priest cuts straight to the point. If you plan to forfeit your rights as a master, let me know by today. It will take time to dispatch a substitute mage. Liar. I bet you can find a backup right away. You have already shown signs of a command spell. Promptly summon your servant and bind them to it. Of course, it's a different discussion if you choose not to take part in the Holy Grail War. If you fear for your life, then come to the church with all due haste. The voicemail ends. It was a clear message in simple language. If you're going to fight, then be ready to buy today. If you aren't, then retire, because you're in the way. I don't need you to tell me that. It's only to be expected, I guess. Today's the last day I can drag this out. Thankfully, I managed to decipher my father's notes yesterday. My battle preparations are in order. All that's left is to seize the right to participate, as he said. The Holy Grail War. A fight to the death over a single chalice. A ritual that's gone on for centuries. The mages who take part in this Holy Grail War are called Masters. It doesn't denote a rank of any kind. It merely describes their role. There's a condition to participate in the Holy Grail War. You must summon a familiar called a servant and form a contract with them. Regardless of your skill as a mage, you are not recognized as a master unless you command a servant. There's a clear difference between servants and normal familiars. The way you summon and use them are different. Mages who plan to fight in the Holy Grail War prepare summoning catalysts, but I wish Father had left me something with a connection to say that we're safe. I don't own any relics with a connection to a servant. I can summon one, yes. In fact, I could do it right now if I wanted to, as well as form a contract. This town's ley lines are under the jurisdiction of the Tosaka. I'm the heir to the clan that's administered the land for generations. So my performance will not take a backseat to some visiting mage. Although while that's true, it's been awfully incompetent for me to embark on a figurative voyage without a compass. Servants are drawn to symbols. To summon a powerful servant, one needs a symbol with a connection to that servant. In other words, I need some outrageously valuable item, like a sword or a piece of armor that servant owned. Or maybe a boon or heraldry related to them. I had such big hopes for Father's bill. No, he still did leave me a serious trump card. The pendant I discovered in the basement last night is an ancient artifact of highest quality. It's amazing all on its own. Still, it won't help me summon a servant. Fine, I didn't need to rely on something like that to figure this out, to begin with. I doubt there's any master more qualified to handle Sable than I am. Alright, I've made up my mind. I'd rather not get an earful, and waiting until the last minute doesn't sit right with me. Now the real challenge begins. Tonight I'm going to summon a servant while I'm in peak condition and acquire Saber by force. Late night. The clock reads almost 2 AM. This is the period where everything lines up. My condition peaks at 2 AM sharp. In terms of limits, this would be my first and last charge, so I can't afford even the slightest mistake. Withdrawal within elimination. Engrave 4 circles of withdrawal and surround them with a summoning circle. There. I inscribe magic circles into the floor of the basement. Actually, it doesn't take a major evocation to call forth a servant. Servants are invited by the Holy Grail. Masters anchored them to the world and supplied the magical energy to materialize them, but the servants are the ones to choose to respond to the summons. For the elements, silver and iron. For the foundation, stone in the Archduke of Pax. For the ancestor, my great master, Schwilschlog. Schweizolg. Schweizenlog. Silly German. Raise a wall for the winds that shall fall. Close the gates of the four directions. Come forth from the crown and follow the forked road leading to the kingdom. Still, I need to keep cautious and focus. Magic circles are normally drawn with blood, but tonight I draw mine with melted jewels. I'm using up half of the jewels I've accumulated over my lifetime, so I'll never financially recover from this if it fails. Fill. 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 Repeat 5 times. But when each is filled, destroy it. It's almost 2 AM. I finished drawing the summoning circle, pass down through the Torsaka line, and face it with all my being. Anfang. I flick a formless switch within myself. With a click, I feel my insides turn over to something else. My normal nerves invert and become circuits for conducting magical energy. Rin Tosaka is no longer human. She's just a component in the execution of mystics. I melt from my fingers. No, I'm filled up from my fingers. The mana I'm taking in is so dense it overwrites my bodily sensations. That's why I'm being destroyed at the same time I'm being filled. Running through my through my body is the power, mana, from the atmosphere. I convert it into different types of energy through my body's circuits. A mage's body is nothing but circuits. Circuits to connect the ethereal to the material. The mystical outcome we produce is what we call magecraft. My body grows hot. It seems like horns are growing from my forehead. It seems like wings are sprouting from my back. It seems like scales are covering my hands. It feels like there's water pulling around my ankles. Sweat drips. Stab, stab, swords pierce my body. These are the stigmata that reject my body, which become a circuit. No matter how gifted the mage is, we're only human. In a human body, the pain is something we must live with whenever we use magecraft. The cycle doesn't let up. Beyond the agony, deep within the trance, lies the mental state necessary for connection. Dragon Girl Rin when? Pain wrinkles in my left arm. To aid the caster, my magic crest autonomously begins an incantation, invading my nervous system. The mana in the atmosphere I've taken in turns to blood. It's like molten lead, while my activated magic crest resembles thorny nerves. With a crunching sensation, it creeps throughout my body like a thorny centipede. Within the hurts, I forget myself. At the same time, I can feel it taking hold of me, like I've reached where I need to go. My hypersensitive hearing picks up the ticking clock in the parlor. 10 seconds off until 2 AM. The power filling my body is unquestionably complete. Heed my words. Time to begin. I convert the mana I've collected into magical energy for fixation. All that's left is to feed all that energy into the engine, the summoning circle, until my body runs dry. Heed my words. My will creates your body, and your sword creates my destiny. If you heed the Grail's call and obey my will and reason, then answer me. My vision grows dark. What lies before me now is the fifth factor, said to be imperceptible to the naked eye. My vision shuts off on its own, fearing what it might see. I hereby swear, I shall be all the good in the world. I shall defeat all evil in the world. 7 heavens clad in 3 great words of power. Come forth from the circle of binding, guardian of the scales. That went off without a hitch. It feels so perfect, it's like I'm reeling in a whale with a fishing rod. Flawless. I'm positive I've just drawn the strongest card. Can't wait for my vision to return. Clueless. I can't believe the whole summoning ritual was a gacha game from the start. This whole time. Nasa, you genius. This was years in the planning. It'll take a few more seconds, but when it does, I'm sure the strongest servant will. Be nowhere in sight. Huh? Nothing's there. The room doesn't look different at all. I spun that much Aether into this ritual, only for absolutely nothing to materialize. On top of that, I think I just heard something explode in the parlor. Why? I bolt. My head's empty at this point. I just run. I race upstairs from the basement. The door's broken. The door to the parlor is obscured off its hinges. There isn't any point in turning the doorknob, and since it won't open whether I push or pull, damn it, move, you stupid thing. I kick it down and burst into the room. And the moment I enter the parlor, everything becomes clear. Everything's in tatters. Rubble is strewn across everything, as if something has fallen through the ceiling. On top of it all sits a man cocking his head arrogantly. He must be some kind of criminal. Yeah, he specializes in forgeries. Counterfeit. But something graver draws my attention. The grandfather clock, having escaped destruction, tells the time precisely. Now I remember. Right, of course. The clocks were an hour ahead today, weren't they? Which means it's 1 AM. Still a full hour left until I'm in peak spellcasting form. I screwed up again. I can compete tasks as well as anyone else, but suffer from the curse of my genetics. Genetically stupid. When it really counts, I somehow managed to bungle things up on an unbelievable level. What's done is done. Just gotta learn from this. Can't believe my own stupidity. Still irritated, I direct my glare at the man lounging hauntedly on the rubble. So, what are you? That's the first thing out of your mouth? It seems like I've been dealt a truly ridiculous master. The man in the red mantle shakes his head in a show of exasperation. To add insult to injury, he mutters something about drawing the short straw. Oh, now I'm dead certain. This guy has a messed up personality. Is that a servant? I thought familiars were shapeless beings, but this is just a man. No, not just a man. Even from here I can tell that he's brimming with a shocking amounts of magical energy. Don't be fooled by its appearance. Staring at something that's undoubtedly more than human. It's a human-shaped ghost. It's on the level of an elemental. Elementals? Consort you? Hello? Hello, please? Consort you? There is no time to be dumbstruck. This thing belongs to me. I need to get my head in the game. Just checking that you are my servant, right? That's what I wanted to ask. Are you even my master? I've never been summoned so violently before, and honestly, I'm still struggling to get my bearings. It's my first time too. I'm not answering questions like that. I see. You weren't here when I was summoned. Care to explain why? Are you serious? You're no baby bird. Don't joke. You can't decide who to serve if they aren't there when you open your eyes. The unidentified servant frowns and grunts escape his lips. Maybe he didn't like the way I said it, though he has a mixed reaction as if still impressed by the logic in my words. Whatever. What I'm asking is if you're my servant and no one else's. I don't have to answer any of your questions until we make that clear. This is what I get after a failed summoning, huh? I believe there's something else you should be saying. There isn't. In a master-familiar relation, there is the first detail we need to hash out. The servant's eyebrow twitches. He isn't even bothered to hide his dissatisfaction with me. I wonder if it's because of the half-baked summoning. Wanted to clarify who's so soon. At least you know how to run your mouth. Even if you failed at everything else. Sure. I agree with that opinion. We ought to make it clear who's strong and who's weak, or else it would make this dynamic difficult. The servant's eyes are meaningfully still relaxed. Still relaxing on the rubble of my living room. Who's weak? Yeah, I'm a servant, and I've acknowledged that I serve my summoner. That's only how it is on paper, wouldn't you say? We still need to establish who's superior and whether you're worthy to fight alongside. On that point, are you a mage worthy of my service, little girl? The servant smirks. First he destroys my house and acts like he's king of the castle. And now he has the nerve to ask whether I'm worthy? I didn't ask for your opinion. I only asked if you're my servant or not. I repeat myself, stealing my gaze. I'm not going back down from this condescending joke. Oh, I see. You weren't even denying to answer such an obvious question. At least you got spirit. You can talk the talk, but can you walk the walk? Like I said, you're getting ahead of yourself. It's the summoner's duty to confirm this first. Now answer me, are you my servant or not? I step forward aggressively, ready to pounce depending on his answer. Ha! Such a stubborn girl. We'll get nowhere this way. Very well, for discussion's sake, let's assume that I am your servant. In that case, are you my master? Hypothetically speaking, of course. Obviously. You're the servant I summoned, so who else would it be? I glare at this rude man, giving my seething head a moment to cool down. No. Well, I suppose I would be, hypothetically. Then where's the proof that you're my master? The servant briefly asks. Briefly asks? Smirking all the while. He's truly clearly trying to goad me with these questions into losing my temper. Right here, this proves that I'm your master. I show him the command spells on my right hand. Didn't think I was born yesterday. Father's told me enough to know that command spells are, at least. Good enough for you yet? Any other complaints? I thrust the symbols at him in challenge. The lounging servant rolls his eyes. Ugh, are you serious right now, Bill? His face darkens, looking even more disgruntled. What do you mean? I'm talking about the way you think. Command spells automatically make you my master. They're merely tools to compel serve. I can't believe you think flaunting some symbols is enough to play master. What I want to see is whether you deserve my loyal service. Ah, oof. That makes sense. Normally you would think of command spells if someone's asked for proof of your master. If someone asks for proof you're a master, right? What? You think I'm unqualified to be a master? I wish that were the case, but unfortunately your command spells show that you summon me. As hard as it is to believe, you appear to be my master. He shrugs in mocking exhaustion. No. I've reached my boiling point, and it's not going to cool down in time. I'm hardly satisfied, but I'll concede the point. For now, you're my master, but I have conditions. I'm not going to do what you say. I'll decide the direction of battle, and you'll act as I see fit. This is the greatest concession I can give you. I'm sure you don't mind, girl. Ah, sorry, father. I'm at my limit. Okay, you'll say you'll recognize me even though you don't like it, but you'll ignore my opinion. Aren't you supposed to be my servant? I ask in a trembling voice. After our spat over the command spells, this is my last desperate attempt at dialogue. And yet, yes, technically, therefore I will obey you in theory, but I'm the one who will be fighting. You can just hide underground in your house and behave until the Holy Grail War is over. That way, even a novice like you will survive. He's looking down on me, declaring that he expects nothing from me. Did I make you angry? Of course, I respect your position. I was summoned to bring my master victory after all. My victories will belong to you, as will any spoils of war. You hardly have anything to complain about. Oh? You can't even use those command spells. Just leave the rest to me, and worry about your own skin. I've had it with you. Fine, if that's how it's going to be, then I'll use them. Unfair. No more mercy. I've got nothing else left. This jackass like this. What? Don't tell me. It's exactly what you're thinking, you dirtbag. Birds rag. Just a bunch of German. Fake German, probably. More than likely. Wait, have you lost your mind, Master? Who would waste a command spell on something like this? Shut up. You're my servant, get it? That means you absolutely have to do what I say. The emblem on my right hand aches. 3 command spells. They will allow a master to issue 3 unbreakable commands to their servants. Did you even think this through? If you use a command spell in such a vague order... it's too late to whine now. I didn't expect this to happen either. I want to die of self-loathing. I can't believe I just burnt one of my precious command spells on a petty squabble. After that, I I retreated from the ruins of the parlor and went to my bedroom. Before me stands the servant whom my command spells compelled absolute obedience from. Supposedly, anyway. I see. I more or less have you figured out, Master. Who would call this absolute obedience? Just to be clear, do you understand how critical the command spells are, Master? Sure I do. They let me order my servant around 3 times. What about it? Ugh, listen. Command spells let you force the servant into action. You can use them not only to stop actions, but also strengthen actions. For example, normally I can't come to you instantly from a distant location, but if you order me to with your command spell, it's possible as long as it is something that is obtainable without magical energies. That's why the power of the force compliance means. Well, that's what the power of the force compliance means. Not even we servants can resist. Your command spells are 3 crystallizations of grand mage crafts that can make us overcome our bodily limits. Though you're down to 2 now. I know that, so what? I still have 2 of them. And it's not like the first order was wasted on you. You're right, I did miscalculate. The more vague an order is, the more the power of the command spell diminishes. The weaker on long-lasting, broad commands like protect me until the end, or win this war for me. No compulsion will be sustained, but there will be servants who can resist the minor pains of disobedience. Wasted on an archer who has independent action. On the other hand, singular commands like unleash your next attack at all costs, or do not break that glass are absolute, and even powerful servants will find it difficult to defy them. Do you understand what I'm trying to tell you, Master? Yes, you're saying that vague commands are pointless. If the effects of restriction are both weak, the servants can act against their command spells. It's better to use them on a simple, straightforward order rather than something abstract. That's correct. A command spell is meant to cause miracles beyond our own means. It's unforgivably foolish to spend them on a task that can be executed by other means. That goes doubly for the way you used them earlier. You could have verbally persuaded me to obey you, and even 100 command spells would have failed to enforce absolute obedience. So what you're saying, it was all for nothing? Normally, that would be the case, but it appears that you are an outstandingly talented mage. Is he shocked or happy? My servant's lips twitch upward, even as he sighs. By outstanding, you mean... Hang on. Tell me honestly what your condition is like right now. The implication dawns on me, and I ask him eagerly. That was my miscalculation. Your command should have resulted in a change of heart that would make me want to respect your opinion slightly more. But I can feel a strong compulsion from your every word. If I voice an objection, let me think. It's as if my defiance would weaken me. In other words, my body will grow heavy, making it difficult to move if I defy my master's will. My servant shrugs in resignation. So he's saying that my command spell wasn't a waste, but actually a benefit. He's still being as sarcastic as ever, so it doesn't seem to have any effect. Besides, even if he is weakened, I doubt even 10 of me could resist if he decided to rebel against me. Allow me to retract my previous statement, Master. You may be young, but you were a superior mage. It was my mistake for underestimating you as a child and trying to keep you out of the fight. I apologize for my rudeness. The servant straightens his posture and gives me a formal bow. Yeah? Wait, hold on. I know we said a lot of things to each other, but it's not like we needed to make up after. Is that so? Good. I'm glad you're so understanding. awfully quick on the uptake, aren't you? I indeed miscalculated, but this must be what they call happy accidents. I have no qualms bringing a mage of your talents into the world. Huh? Is that his roundabout way of saying I'm a strong master? So you'll recognize me as your master even without a command spell? Of course. I was still getting my bearings after the summoning earlier, but we're now completely connected. As a mage, you should be able to feel the bond of our pact. Our pact? Now that he mentions it, something does feel weird about my body. It's as if my closed-off nerves are now connected to the outside. Specifically, I can feel a portion of my magical energy flowing into the man before me. Oh. The Holy Grail calls the servants, but masters keep them in the world. Yes. That's your power as a master. You supply your servants with magical energy so that they can remain in the world. And my supply is adequate. I have concerns about your inexperience, but your powers make up for it. A common mage will probably faint in the second they summon a servant, yet you're standing here, full of life. Considering the command spell you used earlier, your energy capacity unquestionably makes you a master of the finest caliber. Flattery won't get you anywhere. I break eye contact out of embarrassment. Well, I didn't see this coming. I know the command spell is making him obey me, but still, the superhuman servant is sincerely acknowledging me as his master. So which servant are you? I clear my head and return to business. You can't tell by looking? Very well then. I take it all back. He's definitely making fun of me. Fine, then I'm asking you as your master. Hey, aren't you a saber? Unfortunately, I'm not equipped with the sword. Lies. I suspected as much. When all's said and done, I got the time wrong. My summoning circle didn't do its job, and my servant was spat out into some random room. It was far too sloppy of a ritual to summon the strongest servant, Saber. Really botched it this time. I'll never live it down, failing to pull Saber after spending that many gems. Relatable. Sorry, I'm not the Saber. Huh. Well, sure, it's a painful mistake, but I'm the one who screwed it up. Yes, I bet you think Archer isn't a very attractive class. Alright, I'll make you eat those words. When it comes time, I won't be taking any apologies. What? What a surprise. The unidentified servant seems to be sulking. Maybe my fixation on Saber offended him. Let's strike a nerve, Archer. It did. Just you watch. I'll show you how lucky you are to have me, 4-star. Archer retorts with a sidelong glance. He has a really spiteful air about him, but their reactions felt somewhat childish and free of malice. You know, he might be a pretty decent guy. Okay, make sure I regret what I say, Archer. I'll apologize from the bottom of my heart if so. You better remember that, Master. You'll be grateful once you learn how capable I am. Archer spook. Can we make it canon that if she actually did, like, complete the ritual at 2 AM, then she would have pulled Muramasa? Can we say that? Can we say that she's guaranteed to get a sure face? But that means that that Shuro ends up accidentally summoning the summer version of Artoria. Yeah, that's it. That's canon. That's what we're going with. Of course, an apology might not satisfy me at this point. At that point. Archer huffs, even as his lips twist into a grin. Oh yeah. That one's got a rotten personality, alright. True. Fine, anyway, you're a heroic spirit. So what's your legend originally from? Archer doesn't answer. His sardonic expression is replaced by a deepening frown. Archer, your master just asked you a question. It's a secret. What? I can't tell you where I'm from because... Hey, I'll get mad if you give me a lame excuse. Well... There's that face again. Archer opens and closes his mouth as if he's having trouble voicing an uncomfortable truth. Because I don't know. Wait, what? Huh? Are you making fun of me again? I don't mean to insult you. But it must be because of the imperfect summoning. My memories are jumbled. I know who I am, but my name and origins are a haze. Still, it isn't valuable information, so there's no need for concern. Of course I'm concerned. If I don't know which heroic spirit you are, then how am I supposed to know how strong you are? And what's the problem? That's a trivial question. There you go again. How am I supposed to form a strategy if I can't tell how strong my partner is? We can't fight a war like this. What do you mean? I'm the servant that you summoned. Naturally, that makes me the strongest. Smooth. He's so straightforward. The Crimson Knight fixes me with a gaze full of confidence and trust. What? My brain grinds to a halt. There's no deception in Archer's words. He's sincerely giving me more credit than I deserve, even though we've just met. My cheeks are burning. Ugh, I'm sure I'm blushing bright red right now. Surprise attacks like this tend to be my weakness. Fine then. At least nobody else knows who you are. They say you have to fool your allies to fool your enemies. I turn away from Archer to hide my embarrassment. I'm sure I'll figure out in due time what sort of servant he is anyway. For now, we have other priorities. Okay, I wouldn't ask about your identity for the time being. Then, Archer, here's your first job. Jumping straight to it, are we? Yes, you're an aggressive type. Where's the... Before he can say enemy, I toss him a broom and dustpan at him. Go clean up the mess you made downstairs. A few seconds pass in stunned silence. When Archer finally regains his senses, he grips the broom indignantly. Wait, what exactly do you think a servant is? A familiar, right? A little uppity and hard to deal with, though. Archer cuts himself off. I have no intention of letting him go, and if he tries to weasel out of it, I still have a card to play. I object. I refuse to. Are you sure? This is a direct order from your master. I thought you said you would feel weighed down if you weren't against me. It's too bad if that's too much for you to handle, but the penalty will continue until the parlor is clean, you know. Won't that pose a risk to you when we start fighting tomorrow? Ugh. He stands there for several more seconds with broom in hands, grumbling under his breath. Rin doesn't need command spells. She's handicapping herself for everyone else's sake. And so the archer in the red mantle closes his eyes. Understood. Go to hell, master. And gracefully accepts my order. Now then, it's getting late, so I should rest. I can decide how to deal with him once I wake up. fateful day draws to a close. No, rather my fate was shaped by this night. That makes 6, including me. Once the 7th and final master summons their 7, the Holy Grail War of this generation will begin. In the not-so-distant future, the battle I've been waiting for 10 long years for is about to commence. It's kind of crazy that Rune was like, oh damn, I'm gonna pull a Saber, but she like does her summoning at basically the last minute. Does she not know? Someone else could have summoned Saber before her. That's why she should have done it first. The Holy Grail War. It's a grand ritual that's been repeated for hundreds of years. A fight to the death between 7 participants, of which only one can survive. It's said that a Holy Grail existed in the lands of Fuyuki, and that a number of mages fought over it in the past. Fate shaped by this name. Their one and only objective was to obtain the relic called the Holy Grail. However, the Grail's origins are unclear. We're sure it isn't the chalice that held the blood of God, but its power is fearsome enough to be compared to the genuine article. That's right. They say the Holy Grail can grant any wish. Only one person can possess it. The Holy Grail can only grant one wish for one person. Despite that, 7 mages are needed to summon the Grail to its lands. 7 collaborators to create one miracle. So as you might imagine, it was only a matter of time before they start fighting over the Grail. Like so many conflicts, it started as a competition over property rights. The 7 mages equally used the power of the Holy Grail to summon their respective familiars, then do battle over the Grail itself. Only one mage can obtain the Grail. As a result, 7 people who started out as colleagues ended up in a ferocious battle to the death. That's the gist of the ritual known as the Holy Grail War, a struggle for ownership between mages. The mages chosen by the Holy Grail are called Masters, who use the blessings of the Grail to acquire powerful familiars known as servants. Two things serve as proof that one has become a master: the summoning and the command of a servant, and the mark of the command spells to compel the servant's servitude. The first goes without saying. The archer I summoned yesterday, no, a few hours ago to be exact, is Rin Tosaka 7. As for the second, a master must closely guard the command spells that control one's servant. This is probably the most critical aspect of being a master. When I summoned Archer, symbols appeared on my right hand, namely command spells. Stigmata bestowed by the Holy Grail upon the summoning of a servant mark one's new status as a master. A massive amount of magical energy is compressed into these seals, whose power is fleeting rather than long-lasting. They disappear once they're used, and as their shape suggests, each mark represents a single use. In other words, one only gets 3 shots. A master who has used all 3 command spells can no longer control a servant, and is as good as dead. Therefore, command spells must be handled with care until the very end, since they're as valuable as one's own life. It pains me to no end that I burnt one right off the bat, but it wasn't a total waste, so I'll chalk it up as a win. After all, a servant could turn on its master at any time. If one command spell is what it takes to put a collar on him, then I'll consider it a fair trade. That's about it for the broader strokes of this business. Once 7 servants have been summoned, the Holy Grail War will begin. Tonight's sleep will be a fitful one. I don't know where the final master will appear, but they could be right around the corner. It's the morning already. I feel sluggish. My bleary grey gaze goes up to the window, only to see that it's already bright outside. It's after 9. This doesn't even count as being tardy. After a drowsy check of the clock, I make up my mind to skip school today. Body's heavy. Feels like that business mostly drained me. Sitting up in bed, I heave alongside. Not being a morning person isn't enough to explain why I feel so dull. I think Archer mentioned something about it. A master would be out of commission after summoning a servant. Freaks. Hell yeah. Let's go read. That's right. I summoned Archer, not Saber. I remember it clearly now. I'd rather not, to be honest. But it's not as if denying the facts will let me do it over. It'll take a day or so to recover my power, so I'll treat today like a break-in period. I drag myself out of bed. A mental boxing match rages between the outside air, which is quite warm for winter, and the comfort of my bedsheets. It concludes in a 3-second knockout against the temptation of going back to sleep. I check my body in the mirror. Nothing out of place aside from the loss of half my usual magical energy. Not that it's a problem. I reviewed the situation. I summoned the servant Archer, who doesn't have an ounce of respect for his master. To make matters worse, he doesn't even know who he is. Wow, talk about headache. I guess that means his trump card is off the table until his memories come back. Can't expect him to use the power he doesn't even remember. Servants are strong familiars all on their own, but what makes them truly formidable is the secret weapon they each possess. Frustratingly, Archer claims to have forgotten what his is. It's my fault he is in this state, so we'll just have to make it work. We're both in the same boat then. I can only pray that he'll sort his memories out, but who knows how long that might take. Good grief. I've really got my work cut out for me. Whoa, I might have to reevaluate my opinion of him. The parlor is completely back to normal. I thought he maybe just clear away the debris, but the room is so spotless I can't help but be impressed. He must have felt bad for wrecking the place. I doubt he would have gone to the trouble otherwise. I guess I ought to commend him for being a more decent guy than I am. Still taking your sweet time, I see. Need I remind you that we're wasting daylight? I retract my statement. There isn't a remorseful bone in his body. Good morning. You seem to have made yourself right at home. I did spend the night after all. Oh, I took the occasion to tidy up the kitchen. I expected it to be inadequate, but it's rather thoughtfully furnished. Quite well kept for a girl living alone in a mansion. I have a headache. Why do I have to put up with the servant judging my interior decoration? I thought servants all cared only about fighting. Are we sure this guy isn't active? I see that you aren't in your best condition. You were so feisty last night. No, wrong menu. There we go. But the fatigue must have caught up with you. Employee Santeep. Hope life is fine. Acting like he owns the place. Without missing a beat. Oh, I've definitely gone too big. I'm big? No. How am I doing this again? There's a lot I wanted to say right now, but oddly enough, I can't work out the indignation to. The way he does it all is so refined. I've got to admit, he might be rather cultured. Fine. I am pretty exhausted, so I'll have some. Sit down on the chair. The teacup is placed soundlessly in front of me. Take a sip. Oh, it's delicious. I expected as much since it's my favorite Chinese tea, Spring Harvest Hongsha. I'd be upset if it didn't taste good. On that note, I would normally be upset if someone used my favorite tea leaves without asking. What makes me mad? Well, it makes me mad, but the tea was brewed so exquisitely that the pleasure it brings overcomes my anger. Hey, what's so funny? Well, I was gonna ask you how you like it, but your face tells me enough. Set the teacup down with forceful plug. Oh, what a waste. Should enjoy it while it's still hot. Leave if I'm not spoiling the mood. If I'm spoiling the mood. No need. Thanks for the tea. I didn't become master to be a tea snob, and I didn't ask you to do it either. I see. I agree. I didn't make a contract with you to be your tea brewer. I'll show more restraint in the future, if that's what you want. Yeah, you were only here to be a combat familiar. Never heard of a servant that does household chores. No, I particularly need one. What do you mean by particularly? Interpret that however you want. More importantly, do you remember who you are yet? Archer shakes his head in the negative. That doesn't bode well. If he can't remember us after a single night, then his memories probably won't return easily. There are some measures I can try today, but... Alright, I'll think of some solutions for your memory issue. For now, get ready to head out, Archer. You probably don't know the lay of the land yet, do you? I'll give you a tour of the city. Get ready. There's no need for that, surely. If we're leaving, we should go right now. Do you plan to walk around town in that outfit? Anyone can see that you aren't a normal person. And if another master spots you, they'll know you were a servant right away. I don't plan on announcing our presence to the world. So that's your concern. There's no problem. Well, I need to change clothes to blend in, that's only while I'm materialized. Servants are fundamentally spiritual beings. When we're out of combat, I can take an incorporeal state to reduce the burden on my master. Oh, okay. That what makes you a heroic spirit. You need your master's magical energy to form a body, so if I cut that supply, we naturally return to the spirit form. In this state, servants are more like guardian angels. We can only be observed by masters connected to the ley line, to a ley line. Of course, we're still capable of conversation or reconnaissance. Well, that's handy. That will make it really hard for other masters to locate you. Yes, but just as mages can sense other mages, servants can sense other servants. A servant who is skilled in magecraft may even be able to locate other servants from afar. Archer has it in one. Masters are supposed to be capable mages. And the more magical energy the mage has, the better they are detecting traces of magical energy. As far as I know, however, there isn't anyone else around with that degree of power. So what about you? Can you tell where the other servants are? Master, have you forgotten which class I am? Do you expect a knight to be a scry far away? To be able to scry far away enemies? He has a point. Archer's magical energy isn't on that level. It's likely that only the magical power of the magically powerful caster is capable of easily locating distant foes. Fine. Then follow me, Archer. I'll show you the world you've been summoned to. I doubt it would be particularly new to me. Moreover, Master, haven't you forgotten something important? Something important? My goodness, you really are on top of your game. We still haven't exchanged the most critical point of our contract. The most critical point? Is he demanding equivalent exchange? No, that can't be it. The chances to take part in the Holy Grail War is already rewarding enough for a servant. There shouldn't be anything else left to trade. Wow, you really aren't a morning person. Archer sounds exasperated. His oh-so-sardonic manner of speech finally gives me an idea. Come to think of it, he's never once called me by my name. Oh crap, my name. Finally caught up, are we? I suppose it isn't too late. So, Master, what is your name? What should I call you? Archer sounds sulky. Oh man, he really is a decent person. I'm sure of it now. After all, there's no tangible benefit to exchanging names. Servants are forcefully bound to their master by command spells. While names are key to contracting with a regular familiar, there is no need for a master and servant to be so intimate. But it's important to Archer. He's clearly trying to establish trust between comrade and arms, regardless of the command spells. I'm Rin Tosaka. You can call me whatever you want. I answered in an eclipsed tone, unwilling to let slip any admiration. He'll probably just call me something impersonal like Master or Hey You, which works out just fine for me. Accepts. Archer chews on Rin Tosaka for a moment. Then, Rin, yes. The sound of that suits you very well. He says something really forward. What's wrong, Rin? You look unwell. Shut up. We're leaving, Archer. This is no time to be sitting around. I turn on my heel and storm away, huffing. This is so infuriating. I'm not even sure why. Damn that Archer. Did he say that just to mess with me? I bet he did. Definitely sounded like something he would do. Yeah, I'm sure that's it. Must have been all part of his plan to get me flustered. I'd better be careful. Gotta work with this wise guy from here on out. I take Archer outside. Fuuki City, my hometown, is broadly divided into two halves. There's Miyama, which is left over from the village the city grew out of, and Shinto, the developing modern region across the river. My house is in Miyama, the old part. Miyama itself is split into two parts. The European-style neighborhoods originally inhabited by immigrants from abroad, and the old Japanese-style houses set against the mountainous backdrop. Both areas are situated on hilltops along the outskirts of town. The streets dividing the two residential areas is fairly normal by comparison. How normal, you ask? This normal. This is the crossroads of Miyama. On one side lies the road going up the hill to the European neighborhoods where I live. Opposite of that is the road to the Japanese houses. And between them is the path leading into Shinto, where my school and the shopping areas are, as well as Ryudo Temple in the mountains. We've come to the bridge connecting Shinto and Miyama. It's gonna do it again. Sorry, I just got a slight issue with my stand again. Years ago, a big train station went up in Shinto, bringing with it frenzied urbanization. They may belong to the same municipality, but Mio and Shinto couldn't be more different. The name Fuyuki, written with the kanji for winter tree, is supposedly inspired by the long winters here, which, by the by, are pretty long. Despite that, temperatures are warm. February here is only about as cold as the very start of winter elsewhere. I bet if you randomly started digging, you would turn up a hot spring or two. Though, of course, temperate weather disqualifies this town as a hot spring resort location. We've gotten an odd climate where the mild winters suddenly turn to springtime bloom come where the mild winters suddenly turn springtime bloom come April. This is what Shinto looks like. A number of tall buildings here have been erected as if in a hurry, giving the hastily developed city a distinctly artificial feeling. It all happened in the last decade or so too. 10 years ago, there was a large fire that wiped out the residential area. Someone built a bunch of glass and metal buildings on the depopulated land. And here is the center of it all. This is Shinto's park. What are your thoughts now that we've been to all the key spots? I ask Archer, who's next to me. Of course, he's invisible. It's a big park. Is there any reason why no one's here? Feels that way, doesn't it? There's a story behind it, actually. I look out over the park. You would think that the wide open space like this would have children playing in it, even on a weekday. But instead, there's only a handful of people. The place feels dull and lifeless. It was 10 years ago. Apparently, there was a big fire that burnt for an entire day, and only went out once it rained. Although the town was rebuilt, this place stayed basically the same. The burnt meadow eventually got turned into a park. Archer says nothing. But I can tell he sensed something odd, even if I can't see him. Notice, haven't you? That's right. This is where the last battle of the previous Holy Grail War was fought. It all ended here. I see. So that's why there are so many grudges here. Oh, you can tell? Servants are spirits first. Our very existence is similar to grudges or obsessions. That makes us sensitive to lingering emotions such as these. There were other areas around town that felt dense with such a feeling. This is on a different level. From our point of view, it's almost like a reality marvel. Tosaka mutters under her breath. Archer's inflectionless voice mentions an unusual bit of magical jargon. Innate bounded fields, mages call them reality marvels. Reality marvels are considered one of the apexes of magecraft. They're said to be infinitely close to true magic. For the last few centuries, bounded fields have served as mages and defense barriers. To put it in simple terms, they're like a home security system with real teeth. Bounded fields are conventionally erected on a piece of land or a building to guard against outside threats. They're merely an alteration of an area that already exists. Reality marvels, however, are something else entirely. You can think of them as a space that consumes reality itself. When a mage materializes their imaginary world, a representation of their mind, and overwrites the real world with it, we call the resulting field a reality marvel. It's a large area magecraft that twists, rebuilds the world according to the mage's wishes. Rin, is there something on your mind? Oh, no, I was just a little surprised. I didn't expect to hear the words reality marvel from an archer. Is it so strange that I'd know? Well, yeah. To mages, reality marvels are a taboo among taboos. Some of the more esoteric arts out there, it doesn't make sense that an archer would know what they are. I shoot a quizzical gaze into his general direction. In reply, I feel an incorporeal sigh. I mean, the word hero implies someone familiar with both martial and magical arts. You're free to assume that your archer only knows how to use a bow, but I hope you don't hold the same illusions about other servants. Oof. That does make sense when he puts it like that. Yeah, instantly gets... yeah. Okay, I get it. I didn't think that through. And I'll be more careful next time. That good enough for you? Rin, let me be more blunt. You are certainly talented, but that makes you tend to underestimate other people. You should break that habit before you become an adult. You really don't know when to stop. You know that? But break my habit? He's talking about me like an unruly racehorse. Oh, forgive me. I didn't mean to suggest that you're a horse, but it did feel like an appropriate choice of words. Hey, that's just as bad. Ow. My right hand suddenly flares with pain. Rin, quiet down for a sec, Archer. The command spells on my right hand hurt. They're throbbing, almost like a dull alarm warning their owner. Someone's watching us. I scan my surroundings. I mentally weave a detection web and cast it out over the park. I can't find them. Any luck, Archer? It doesn't look like it. I can't even sense them spying on us. Which means it's the Master. I don't know who it is, but if Archer can't tell, then it must be a Master. We don't even have 7 yet. The fighting could still start at any time. Maybe whoever's watching me is up for an early skirmish. Command spells react to other command spells. If we're dealing with a Master, then you should be able to identify them if we come across them. Would they be able to do the same to you? Yeah, but advanced spellcasters can hide their magical signatures. Yeah, can hide their energy signatures. Our command spells may react to each other, but it still takes magical energy to activate them. As long as the Master keeps their magical circuits shut, it'll be hard to find them. Yeah. Yeah, who is it meant to be? Nasu, you made a huge blunder. Unplayable game. It's never brought up. The only person that it could really be. I mean, it's definitely not sure. I mean, it could be Kirei, but that doesn't really make that much sense. It's definitely not Shinji / Sakura. Man, who else is there actually? Because it's meant to be what's the name? Lance's Master. Which I kind of said Kirei, but like the actual Master. Which I don't think it is. The only thing I can think of is that it's meant to be Caster, but like, nah, that is weird. Anyway, that's troubling. Does that mean we're broadcasting our position? Pretty much. If I looked around at home, I'm sure I could dig up a way to mask my power, but you don't need to. Ilya or Kira? Yeah. Ilya's another good one, I guess. Zed is dead at this point. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. It's probably Ilya. Because doesn't Ilya have that whole like scene later on where she just like goes, "Oh, okay, it's time for me to go and spook Shiro." Like, it's like when Shiro's like walking home from school or something. It's just Ilya doing the rounds of being spooky. Yep, they'll just come to us first, right? Save us the trouble of looking. Asha doesn't respond. Maybe he's irritated with me. What? Are you going to tell me not to get cocky? I ask, a little defensive, thinking of our earlier exchanges. Archer mentally brushes the question aside. You're at your best when you're like this. Yes, let the small fry come to us. I can feel the smirk in his tone. I'm not saying I like what he said, but it is enough of an olive branch, I suppose. We start walking around the town again. I spend the day taking him to all the important places, and even drop by some of the less significant spots that might be useful to know. After dinner, I make for our final stop. It's now after 7 in the evening. This is a good chance to show him the best vantage point in the city. The wind howls. We're atop the tallest building in Shinto. The commanding view of the city makes for a fitting end to our tour. So, pretty great view, isn't it, Archer? Huh. I feel sorry for any future boyfriends. You really know how to run a guy rag. Huh. What did you just say, Archer? Just an honest thought. It is a good position, though. If you had taken me here first, it would have spared you the effort of all that walking. What are you talking about? It's nice, sure, but you need to visit places to really get the lay of the land. This only gives you a bird's eye view of the city. Not necessarily. You think too little of the Archer Palace. One can't be a good bowman without good eyes. Really? Can you see my house from here then? Not quite that far. Just to the bridge or so. I can count the number of tiles there at least. No way, the tiles on the bridge? I didn't expect his vision to be as good as telescopes I often see on rooftops. Sharp-eyed doesn't begin to cut it. I'm surprised. You really are an archer. The archer class is made of archers. Rin, are you mocking me? Of course not. I just didn't take you for the bow and arrow type. I understand. That's a misconception we'll have to address once we get home. With that, Archer goes quiet for a while. He must like the landscape from up here. He's probably considering the layout of the scene. I shouldn't interrupt him while he's thinking. I step away from Archer and approach the edge of the rooftop. All I can see here, from here, are the lights below. Headlights flowing through the streets, and I can make out people on the way home from work. I can't tell what kind of cars they are, or exactly who is walking, but I can see them, but not clearly. It's not unlike how I can tell someone who's watching me earlier, even if I couldn't pinpoint them. At the very least, I know someone's made their base in Shinto. But that's meant to be the clue, then it can't be Ilya. Who set up their base in Shinto? Besides Caster's, like, original master. Or I guess even, house's other master, technically, could be in Shinto. If the school's in Shinto. There you go. No, but then they no, definitely not, because they get set up in the, at the temple. Oh. I don't know who they are, nor which servants are with them. At this point, every master is probably gathering intelligence on their rivals. Suddenly, I feel someone's eyes on me. There's no reaction from my command spells. I simply sense that someone else is looking at me. Down there. I peer down. People are walking on the street. But one in particular is gazing up at me as if staring at the moon. I'm not sure exactly who it is. Can't say for certain, and yet I know exactly who. Can't believe that guy. What's he doing out this late? Have you found an enemy rune? Archie calls out to me. Maybe he can make out my rising hostility. Not really. It's just it's just someone I know. A normal person who has nothing to do with us. Unable to clamp it down. I irritably snap back at him and step away from the roof's edge. He couldn't have seen me from the ground. I'm sure it was just a coincidence. I haven't given myself away. And yet... my mage sight is screaming at me for allowing an eyewitness to catch sight of me. By the time I get back to Miyama, it's 9 PM. Unlike Shinto, Miyama is mostly residential. After 9, there isn't anyone outside, and the streets are silent as if much later at night. That's it for the tour. Did you get a good look at the city? Yeah, I understand the layout. I'll pick up more details along the way. Then we're done for today. I'm still not feeling great, so I'm going home to rest. I started the hill at a relaxed pace, when I noticed someone up ahead. Is that Sakura? Oh no. Now would not be a good time to run into her. Rin, why are you hiding? Quiet, there's someone I know up ahead. I skipped school today, so I don't want her to see me. As I answer, I keep an eye on her. In the middle of the street. There's the first year student I know. And a foreigner I don't. Mr. Babylonian man. They're talking. Noah looks like he's trying to pick her up, but she'd rather be anywhere else. Are you acquainted with the foreigner? No, I don't know who it is. There's a lot of European houses here, so maybe he's a tourist. Even as I finish the sentence, I'm mentally telling myself off for being so soft on that girl. Archer, is he human? Who knows? I can tell he has a human body, so that makes him no 7 at least. Yeah, he isn't a master either, so it's probably just some lover's tiff. Though, even I know that she isn't the sort to get caught up in something like that. They're gone. The girl's going up the hill. The man. The blonde-haired man descends via the street we came by. Point. Blonde. Get out of here, foreigner. Yeah, it's weird that it's like, oh, purple hairs is totally normal. It's not even like that sort of purple that's meant to be implied as being like black hair for whatever reason. It's just, oh no, purple hair, that's normal. You can use this room. Any questions before I go to bed? None in particular. It was wise of you to avoid a premature battle. You should let your strength recover tonight. Yeah, I'll see you tomorrow. Make me that tea again. Once I'm back in my room, the fatigue washes over me. Oh yeah, I need to call Kirei first. That annoying priest left me a message. By now he's probably sent for the backup mage. It isn't my problem, but he is my legal guardian. I owe him a phone call, at least. Phone. I punch his number into the telephone. Before long, the fake priest picks up. Kirei, it's me. I've contracted a servant yesterday, so you can register me as a master now. There's a brief pause. Kirei's silence is deafening. I can feel its weight even through the earpiece. Understood. What will you do next? You should stop by. I have something for you from your parents. They asked me to pass it on to you. Only if you became a master up before adulthood. Oh, so you're talking about Father's will? I already decrypted it. I'll drop by at the church when I feel like it. If I feel like it. Bye. Wait, Rin. Now that you are a master, I hang up before he finishes. If I have to listen to Kirei's nagging while I'm this tired, I have a feeling my magical energy will drain away instead of recover. Alright, I should be ready. All that's left is to sleep. Once I open my eyes, it will be a brand new day. 10 years ago, my father fought as a mage in the Holy Grail War and lost. Now it's my turn to risk it all for the same prize. And after breakfast, I lay out my plans for the day. You're going to school? Yes. Do you have a problem with that, Archer? It's not a problem, but... Archer looks reluctant, but doesn't protest. After spending a whole day with me, he probably understands that Rin Tosaka doesn't go back on her word once she's made up her mind. I can sense his disagreement even if he doesn't voice it, but I've also learned that Archer has a sincere side beneath all the sarcasm. He won't whine about a decision he's accepted. Yep, he's loyal, and awkward like that. It's what my intuition says, at least, after watching him yesterday. Now that you're a master, you need to always be wary of enemy masters. If you're ambushed at school, it'll be difficult to protect you. Not necessarily. Listen here, Archer. I don't intend to alter my lifestyle just because of this. Besides, masters fight out of public view, don't they? I don't think anyone would try to sneak up on me in front of everyone at school. If that's your choice, then I'll follow along. But at least let me stand guard in spirit form. Surely you don't intend to go there without me. Of course not. You'll stay with me whenever I'm outside. Not just at school. That's a servant's job, so I'm counting on you. I'm glad to hear it. A knight has a duty to repay his lord's trust. You won't be disappointed. So, hypothetically speaking, what would you do if the enemy was at a place you thought safe? Are we supposing that there's a master at the school? Yes. Well, it's hard for anyone who isn't a student or teacher to enter. It could spell trouble if a master has already infiltrated. I like how the school ends up having 4 masters in it. Oh, yeah. No, don't be silly, Archer. There would be no one else at the school. It's just me, it's fine. The Matos, Rin herself, Shiro, the teacher. I don't think that's likely. The Tosakas are the only functioning mage family left in this town. The other one's gone belly up, so they won't be producing any masters. How do you know? Hey, if there are other mage families in view besides the Tosakas, you can bet I've looked into them already. He isn't a master. As the heir to that family, he can't wield the strength to become one, so we can safely ignore him. I see. So there is another mage at your school, but they lack the magical energy to be a master. That's right. Most of the other masters will be coming from outside. They wouldn't be at my school. For now, perhaps. But there are exceptions to every rule, Rin. What will you do if you encounter an unknown mage at the school? I'm telling you, it won't happen. Mages are sensitive to each other. I've spent a whole year at that campus, so I'll be able to sense any mage, no matter how hard they try to hide. I'm certain that there are only 2 mages at school, me and that phony. Or Proby. With that energy enough. Without enough power to be a master. Get it now? You're just being paranoid. The scenario you're imagining won't happen. That's why I said hypothetical. But the unexpected has a way of happening. Sometimes destiny just decides to make the impossible come out. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. It's probably because she's like, fairly like, got the, like the reasonable like opinion of like, okay, so like Sakura's been given over to the Metal, so like, eventually she's gonna like, you know, be forced to marry and have a kid, so that the Metals can sort of have like a chance that way. So she's only thinking about it in terms of like a little like they're only like using Sakura for like that side of it, not like the oh they actually like you like she is their mage now. Yeah, it is a bit. I don't think it's silly. I think it is like unfortunate though. Because you've also got to consider like, yeah, you wouldn't expect the Metals to actually like train Sakura up like at all. It would just be like, oh, she has, you know, the latent magical energy, and you know, they wouldn't actually like use her as a child. Wait, does that mean that Zorkin's hang on. Consider persuaded. Yeah. Yeah, true. Basically, yeah. Rin just doesn't really want to consider anything negative about Sakura because, you know, for very clear reasons. His smug attitude already makes me want to do exactly that, but it'll be late for school if I let him keep pushing my buttons. Look, it won't happen. It's a what if, because it will never happen. Oh, getting weird messages. In the first place. And if it does, it would just mean that I was too naive. Really naive. I'll remember what you said. I'll remember you said that. Let's get going then. It takes 30 minutes to get to your school. You better leave soon if you want to be on time. I'm legitimately shocked. It really did happen. I'm surprised as well. Ah, it really does pay to be a pessimist. This is our exchange, the moment we pass through the front gate. It's almost time for homeroom, so there are students on their way to class. All around us. Archer and I stand still, like a pillar amid the swirling human sea. The air isn't just stagnant. Someone set up a bounded field, don't you think? It isn't finished, but yes. prep work is already underway. They must think they're a big shot to go about it this early, openly. More an unbelievable amateur, only a third-rate mage would make such a conspicuous field. Someone with actual skills would conceal it until it was time to strike. And how would you rate this mage? Who knows? I couldn't care less. More importantly, trying such shoddy work in my territory is just going to earn them a beating. I let out an indignant huff as I came through the grounds. As a mage, there's no sugarcoating it. I won't be satisfied until whoever made this battlefield gets what's coming for them. I'm on my way back from the music room after the second period. I spot a Furcio floundering in the hallway. She looks like she can use a hand with the large stack of documents she's carrying. Let me help Sakura. Huh? Ah, Tosaka. For intense. Our class is supposed to take care of world history. What is that Kusuki thing? Making you carry all these. What is that Kusuki thinking of making you carry all these? Here, I'll take that. Come, think. Ah, thank you. It's fine. After we're taking these to your classroom. No, Mr. Kusuki said he needs them to take them back because there's a typo. I can believe that. Kusuki's got such a huge stick up his butt. He wants to spend an entire exam over a single typo. You mean an exam here at the school? Yeah, it was during midterms last year. It was near the end when everyone's answering sheets were already filled. He just came out and said there was a typo, the questions are incorrect, the exam is suspended, and we'll redo it tomorrow. The teachers were as surprised as you were, and people still talk about it. That does sound like Mr. Kuzuki. He's the type of person who believes teachers shouldn't make any mistakes. But he goes overboard. You better learn while you can that once Kuzuki's got his mind on something, he's as hard to move as a mountain. Kuzuki will throw hands with mythical figure King Arthur just because his wife asked him to. You must like him. It's unusual to hear you talk about something like that. Is it? I wish you'd just react. Though he's right just the way he is, ultimately. The faculty at our school is made up of both really nice teachers and some really scary ones. It's a delicate balance that Mr. Kuzuki's an important part of. He's to stick to the carrot. You'll see more of him next year, since he teaches ethics. Oh, right, Sakura. There's something I wanted to ask you. What is it? It's about yesterday. Were you talking to a foreigner? Nah, you saw that? I just happened to. What's going on? Is he someone you know? No, I don't really know who he was. Sounded like he was lost. He asked a lot of questions, but I couldn't really understand what he was saying. What if Gilgamesh just has like really bad Japanese? Because he's not connected to the Grail anymore, so he doesn't like get that magical like translation. So he has to learn it all manually now. That's when she slipped away. I see. Sorry, I was just curious. No, I don't mind. Oh, it's just in here. We can get the rest now. Okay, see you later then. I return the printouts to Sakura. But before I head back to my classroom, I find myself stopping. How are you lately, Sakura? Yeah, I was gonna say, like, would he would speak with like an Iraqi accent? It's just, yeah, just... just Gilgamesh from Civ 6. That's what he sounds like, but in Japanese. Ah, I'm doing okay. I'm okay. I'm doing well. I see. Let me know if Shinji's up to something. He doesn't know when to quit, so it'll just get worse if you keep quiet. You don't have to worry, he's been nice lately. He only beat me twice. That's mean, that's a lot. There isn't much I could say to a smile like that. Yeah, though it is. With that context. Man, it would be nice if I could like re-experience this fresh just from like purely from the visual novel and be like, okay, what's the deal here? Because at this point you wouldn't know that they're sisters. Like you could probably, yeah, I mean you can get away with like strictly speaking, you know, it's like, oh okay, so like Shinji and Sakura are related because you know they have the same last names, they both have purple hair. But it's like, okay, so why? So Shinji's like an ass, and Sakura's seemingly sweet. So like, what's Rin's deal there? Like, why is she like involving herself with the two of them? Because you're not even meant to know that the Matolas are the other magical family, although it's, I guess it's sort of already implied. Maybe. I mean, I could figure that out. Well, I could extract that from like the dialogue that's already been said. We say our farewells again, and I leave my underclassmen's acquaintance. The school day is over. This classroom steadily empty and the campus darkens by the hour. The crimson sun will soon set. Yeah. I mean, well, yeah, that's I mean, that's with respect to like, yeah, I guess that still counts as foreshadowing to be like, oh, he does actually have one. I think it's cool that like you had that earlier scene like before Rin summons Archer where she goes to, like the Kyudo range, and then you have Mitsuri like mention like, oh, like we lost our best member, so to speak, and you don't even know that that's meant to be Emir at that point either. But then it's like, okay, she ends up like, yeah. So like the foreshadowing of like she gets an archer is like she goes to the she goes to the Kyudo dojo instead of like she should have gone to a kendo dojo. Maybe she should have set her clocks properly. But yeah, no, it is actually fairly clever with the subtext and the foreshadowing. Once night falls, there won't be anyone left around. Let's begin Archer. First we'll investigate the battlefield. Once we determine what type it is, we'll decide whether to erase it or to leave it. I speak to my invisible partner. I feel him nod in acknowledgement. Bounded fields are meant to protect their casters. You can consider them a terrain-based magecraft formed by weaving magical energy into a net and applying it to the earth to affect the insides of the field. True. Yeah, true. That was another one I was sort of thinking of, yeah. He's got really good eyes and he's like, oh, okay, I can, yeah. Well, even just like even just the thought of like Rin's taking Archer like on this like sort of like pseudo like date, like going around to the different parts of the city, and like this is like when she was thinking earlier of like, oh, okay, we need to figure out a way to sort of get your memories back, and like taking him around the city that he obviously grew up in probably was helping him remember stuff. Even though it's like, oh no, you know, we'll find like some sort of magical means of getting your memories back, where it's like, no, simply just like going out into town and going around to all these different areas would have helped him, presumably. There are countless types of effects they can have, ranging from wards that isolate an area from the outside world to avoid detection, to fields that limit the type of magecraft that can be activated within. The most offensive types suppress biological functions inside the area of effect. And that's what's been applied to the school grounds. While it isn't finished, everyone in the school will collapse once it's activated. Something like that wouldn't work on me though. Bounded fields are, after all, targeted at the area I'm in, not me specifically. Such indirect magical interference won't affect a mage with magical energy flowing through their body. Similarly, you know, the electrical charges that flow in the atmosphere won't disturb the electrical currents within my area. That means the battlefield has some other purpose. Whoever it is that put this thing here isn't trying to defeat a master with it. I don't want to believe it, but they're targeting all the people within the school. There's only one possible reason for that. It's a thought I cannot stomach. After checking all around campus, I finished my search on the roof. It's thoroughly dark outside now. The school gates shut at 6 PM, and it's now 8 PM. Archer and I are the only ones left, and Archer is in his spirit form. That makes the 7th one. Looks like it's the origin plan. There are 8 symbols boldly drawn on the rooftop. The purplish red marks that only a mage can see. I've never seen or heard of sigils like these. Well, they've got me there. I didn't know what to do about this. I don't know what to do about this. Whoever set up this battlefield did it recklessly. But while imprudent, the magical workings itself is an order of the magnitude beyond my own skill. I could have temporarily erased the energy of the curse, but I have no way of dispelling the banded field itself. All the spellcaster needs to do is apply it with more energy to reactivate the curse's effect. Archer doesn't comment. He's probably remained silent since encountering the rooftop sigils, because he too has recognized their nature. This battlefield does more than drain its victim's stamina. It will literally melt everyone once it's turned on. There are banded fields which rob victims of their life force and spiritual energy. The spell that's been applied to the school grounds is a whole new different level. This is no less than a soul eater, a blood fall which melts the human bodies inside it and forcibly collects the souls that ooze out. Since antiquity, souls have always been difficult to handle. They're theorized to exist and are considered to be a necessary component of magecraft, but only one mage has ever proven their existence. And our definition of souls stop at that which examines within, and that which is transferred between vessels. To not only extract souls, but then capture them in one place, it defies comprehension. What a mage supposed to do with a bunch of energy we can't even convert? So if I had to think of a purpose for it, Archer, is this what you and your kind are? comes out colder than I intended. You surmised correctly. I did say that we are fundamentally spiritual beings. That means we feed on the second and third factors, the soul and the mind. Just as you sustain yourself with the flesh of creatures, we servants derive nutrition from the mind and the soul. While said nutrition doesn't change our base abilities, acquiring more of it does make us more durable. It increases our reserve of magical energy, in other words. He's right. The way to make your own servant stronger is to indiscriminately attack human beings. So your own master's magical energy isn't enough. It's sufficient, but it never hurts to have more. In war, some weaknesses can be compensated with material, when one is lacking in fighting strength. It's a basic strategy for a master to take energy from the humans around them. In that sense, this battlefield is an efficient tactic. Ash is saying that I should murder people and take their power if I wanted to win. It's so simple. I've always known it to be true. And I know this path, so I'm supposed to walk on. That really teased me off. Don't ever bring it up again, Archer. Staring at the sigils, I make my stance clear. Oddly, Archer sounds just as put off. I agree. I'll never do such a thing. His answer comes firm and resolute. Time to erase this then. It won't do much good, but I can at least slow it down. I approach the sigil and extend my left hand. The magic crest engraved on my arm is like a grimoire, passed down through the torso of the man. A mental switch is flipped. I pass my mental energy through the magic crest. Load of bursts of bounded field erasure. Take a deep breath and activate it. I'm so Benon Mittelstein. Yeah, Jim. I then send a pulse of magical energy via my left hand. That should wash away the sigil for now. Wait, you're going to erase it? What a waste. Suddenly, the third voice chimes in while I'm casting the spell. Oop. I whirl around. Why is he posing like that? A man just perched on top of the water tower, some 10 meters above, looking down at me. He's clad in deep blue that blends into the night. His mouth is drawn into a grin, and he has a bestial air about him. The beast's gaze is sharp and clear. In this bizarre situation, the man in blue watches me as if greeting a friend he hasn't seen in decades. Did you do this? Nah, it's a major's job to play with little critics. We just fight whom we were ordered to. Isn't that right, mate? Cody. Mate. Irish. His tone is lethal yet carefree. This man can see Archer. You're a servant. That I am. If you know it too, lass, you must be the enemy. My spine tenses. The man's voice is detached and nonchalant, but it's colder than anyone's I've ever heard. So scary, it's nauseating. Yeah. Mate and lass in like his first 2 lines of dialogue. What's the best move here? I don't know. But my brain is starting to work through to tell me it's I must absolutely not fight him. No, I'm impressed. Here I was thinking you don't know heads from tails, but you figured out what really counts. Ugh, I blew that. Shouldn't have gone out of my way to taunt you. The man raises an arm. It appears in a flash. His once empty hand now holds. No way. Saber? He's the saber. A scarlet 2-meter long weapon. Say oh, you can't actually say land. Ha! My leg's throwing me to the side before I can think. There isn't time to even hesitate about jumping off the roof. With all my might, I make a mad dash for the fence, intending to barrel through it. I start to lift my hair into the air, despite the skin of my teeth. In that instant, something slices through the space I was just in, tearing the fence apart with it. Ha! You got a nice pair of legs on you. A blue whirlwind pursues me. There's no way in. The fence is behind me. My legs are cut off. I won't make it. It is gross. It's klein. React swiftly. My magic crest surges to life, so I can weave a single count. Magecraft. The spell lightens mass and manipulates gravity. Light as a feather, my body bounces into the air. Green. I know, I got this. And I jump over the fence to plummet off the roof. Air resistance and gravity push and pull along my body. It's about 15 minutes to the ground, 1.7 seconds away. Too slow. He's going to catch up to me. Voxgrot. S. Atlas. Archer handles the landing. Archer handles the landing. Ah. I let Archer absorb the shock of the landing and break into a dash as soon as we touch ground. I couldn't stay on that rooftop. We need a less cramped arena from which to maneuver freely. A battlefield without obstacles where Archer and I can truly shine. Haha. It takes me less than 7 seconds to escape from the roof to the schoolyard. A distance of over 100 meters crossed at a pace no normal person can manage. Much less clearly see. And yet... You really do have a good pair of legs. I almost feel bad about having to kill you. That was really orange. My bad. Against the 7, it's a wasted effort. Archer. He's posing. At the same time I draw back, Archer materializes before me. It's a cloudy night. Archer's hands grips a short sword that faintly reflects the moonlight. Oh. The man's lips twist into an ominous sneer. Yeah, that's how it ought to be. Can't say I hate guys like you who are quick on the uptake. The whirlwind house. It's the weapon he swung at me on the rooftop. A spear of blood like crimson that came mercilessly from my head. A lancer. That's me. That must make you a servant. That must make your servant a saber. Wrong. Nah, he doesn't feel like one. Who the hell are you? Gone is his carefree ease from a moment ago. He came, he saw, he praised the Lord. Archer stays silent, facing off Lance's unconcealed bloodlust. There's just under 5 meters between them. This scene has a lot of gay energy. Lance's weapon is nearly 2 meters long. It doesn't feel like this beast of a man is going to be deterred by a mere 3 meters distance. I can tell you're not the type to settle things man to man. That must make you an archer. Archer doesn't take the bait. An unusual clash of blue and red stare each other down. The two knights, somewhat similarly dressed. Yeah, it's like, how is it that they turned out to be similarly dressed? Mutually calculate the other's demise. Alright, all that's left is to throw down. Draw your bow, Archer. Not how I usually do this, but I'm polite enough to wait that long. Archer doesn't answer. He's getting mogged. His back, as steely as a sword, seems to convey that. He must not have anything to say to someone he must defeat. That's when I realize it. I'm such a fool. Archer is waiting for my word. Archer, I call out to him without getting any closer. Don't hold back. Show me everything you've got. Okay. Was that a laugh? The Red Knight surges forward, his lips curled into his response. Wind swells. Scarlet bullet flies forth, blade in hand. Ooh. The blue spear thrusts into his gear bulge. No. If the charging archer is a gust of wind, then the spear tip that raised to meet him is the divine swarm. Streaking blades, elegant priories. Archers pulled into the defensive, fending off the swift thrusts with short swords. The man in red is stopped in his tracks. His advance denied by the enemy. He can't even reach the 2-meter coverage of the spear. A polearm wielder can control his opponent's range. Lancer, with his nearly 2-meter long reach, needs to simply engage his foe whenever he comes within range. It's easier for him to stab an advancing opponent than it is for him to go after Archer himself. This is frauding. This is absolutely frauding. Despite this, Lancer closes the distance himself to press the attack, all the while keeping Archer from advancing further. You're a damn fool of a bowman, trying to challenge me in close combat. Lancer's snarl is fiery. With each thrust, Lancer closes in, the assault never letting up for a second. Moving in too close is suicidal for a spear wielder. The advantage of a spear is the ability to control the enemy's position. Lancer shouldn't have a chance if he keeps closing in. No way. But that's only according to conventional wisdom. Unerringly, unceaselessly, Lancer's spear seeks to pierce Archer's throat. Shoulder, forehead, heart. The strikes are too swift to even land, to leap an after image. Archer is forced to parry, block, or evade every move of the spear. Any strike, if true, would be a mortal wound. Still, Archer is a servant, even if he specializes with the bow. He won't be brought down so easily by mundane attacks. Yeah. The thrust at his forehead is quickly battered aside and Archer renews his charge, in spite of Lancer's spear. One might think that swordplay is all there is to Archer's attacks, but he's exploiting a weakness of the spear tactics. Against a spear's considerable reach, neither retreat nor invasion are viable defenses for long. A half-hearted withdrawal isn't enough to get out of range, while probing attacks will lead to evisceration. A reckless charge will similarly end in impalement at the edge of the spear's range. Archer and Lancer have more or less the same physical stature. Without heavy armor, it is difficult for Archer to penetrate the lethal storm of Lancer's attack's radius. But Lancer's strikes are a different story. The high-speed thrusts, intended to pierce vital points, are indeed terrifying. But each strike has a set trajectory and target. If one can predict these, then there are ways to avoid harm. Just as Archer is doing, one can block the strikes aimed at vital points, or just barely evade their arcs to create safe openings. Lancer probably underestimated him as a ranged specialist. The advantage of a long weapon is the generous range at which one can engage the opponent. By giving that up, Lancer has assured his... Oh, the sprites are unintentionally funny. The man in red stops in his tracks. I watch a nightmare unfold as if time has rewind. Lancer's attacks become even faster than before. Yeah. Archer's short sword is knocked aside as he twitches the void being skewered. Lancer's spear doesn't allow retreat. Or rather, his endless attacks are so fierce and sharp that even servants are doomed against them. We were the ones who underestimated that enemy. That servant, that lancer and his spear, can't be described in mundane martial terms. Who could possibly survive such a relentless barrage? Yeah, it's Lance is straight up posing. Archer beats a desperate retreat while parrying strikes, creating slightly more distance between the fighters. In that moment, Lancer steps into the gap and unleashes an even more ferocious attack. The storm of attacks is different from what it has already been doing, but their execution is truly godlike. They've already clashed 10 times. No, it's actually several more times than that. The torrent of the spear strikes increases, again in intensity and number, threatening to take Archer's life 1,000 times over. It isn't even a change in speed, but in precision. At a steady pace, Lance's spear comes down on Archer like a waterfall. How can Archer go inside his guard? With such a short weapon, all he can do is defend against the spear. He has no way to close in on Lancer. In fact, he's being forced backwards. The steel vacuum stretches out. I should be backing Archer up, but the right words die in my throat. My magecraft isn't easy to aim precisely. I risk hitting Archer too if he can't get far enough away from Lancer. Meanwhile, Lancer's advantage is only deepening. And to be honest, I'm captivated by their duel. So this is a battle between servants. The Holy Grail War is a battle between familiars of the highest order, heroic spirits, beings that mages can't begin to approach. Servants. Familiars divided among 7 classes and roles, serving 7 masters. Supreme familiars called forth by the Holy Grail itself. Familiar is really a misnomer for them. Familiars are supposed to be subservient minions who can act on behalf of mage. Normally you would imagine something like Puss in Boots, an elegant white bird, or a disobedient black dog, something like that. Huh? Get it? Dog? Like true color. You know? A dog? These sorts of familiars are the type of mages. These sorts of familiars are a typical mage can manage to command. Familiars are just that, from the Latin for menial servant. It is inconceivable that a mascot used for menial labor would be stronger than its master. Servants are a different story. Bow bow. If Philomoko don't bow bow every time it appears on the screen, the stream isn't worth watching. They're quite literally the most powerful examples of humanity. Even the 5 magicians wouldn't be able to control them. That's a lie. It's difficult to summon a servant, not because servants are more powerful than mages. Servants are beings that surpass magecraft itself. To be clear, servants are heroes of the past. Myths, legends, fables, histories. We call the glorious superhumans from our traditions heroes, whether the tales are true or not. Immortalized by what humanity says about them, they cease to be merely human after death and ascend to something greater. Fate would never retcon something. People who work with miracles, who save the multitudes, who accomplish great feats, are elevated to the status of heroes, either in life or after death. They become a type of elemental we call heroic spirits, guardians of the human race. Doesn't matter whether they are historical people or characters from mythology. Heroes are created by the thoughts of the people. This is the one thing that Nasu is particularly wish-washy about, in terms of oh, you know, servants are what people perceive them to be, but then sometimes they're not. Yeah, NASA would never break his law. Never! We imagine them as idols, we wish we can treat them as if they were there. Yeah, I don't know, I'm just thinking about like, yeah. Fey Grand Order has been a blessing and a curse on like the canon in terms of like, oh, a mage can't fight a servant. Oh, maybe a mage can like stay on their toes and like live, maybe. And then we go as far as like, oh, okay, here's Wordheim. He's been juiced up by like the magical energies of ancient Greece. Good luck trying to beat him with like 5 servants. He's gonna like, to be fair, that's meant to be with his his magecraft, that it's Apex, but like you end up getting like just really good mages being like, yeah, okay, I can take on 5 servants at once, or whatever actually is like canon in the story. I haven't finished Atlantis, for better or worse. Fame and faith is sufficient to give form to these legends. The humanity's ultimate ideals, the greatest among us. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, there's Zukian versus Saber, Shura versus Gilgamesh, Shura versus Hercules, the actual fucking name, I can't remember it. Is there anything else? Is it just those 3? I mean, there's like... No, it's not really Shura versus Saber. It's Rin versus Medea. Yeah, Rin versus Medea as well, yeah. Yeah. Even in this story itself, it's like, okay, good luck trying to mages versus servants. Wow, not gonna happen. And then yeah, they do it several times. The only time where it's like Kirei versus Hassan. Although that's more like a that's less Kirei trying to fight Hassan and more like he's playing like capture the flag, and all he has to do is run away. Yeah, there's actually a lot of examples. Holy crap, yeah. And they're all good though. Like none of them feel like a massive cop-out. Because like you can like the like I feel like the one that it's like sort of like, oh, that's silly is the one where it's Kazuki versus Saber, but like you can chalk that up to like A, Shiro is a horrible master, B, Saber has a botched summoning, which links back to A, and 3, Kazuki's he's fighting for his wife. I've just accidentally toggled speed. No, don't give me autoplay. Stop. Yes, stop. There we go. Of course, there are limits to what a Grail can do. Even the Holy Grail can't indiscriminately summon mythical beings akin to elementals. Wrong. Gilgamesh versus Shura? Yeah. Or Shura versus Archer. I was on automated, I'm done it, it's gone. I pressed 1, which turns it on. Just as a form created by the people is required to materialize the 6th area of a practice known as demons. Heroic spirits need a material form to operate in this world. This is their temporary label, and the way they're allowed to exist in this world. The Holy Grail provides vessels with that heroic spirits can easily materialize in, called classes. And only heroic spirits that fit these classes can be summoned. Unless it's a summer event. Then they can just be in whatever class they feel like. A class is like a passport that allows heroic spirits visit the modern era to act as familiar. Huh? Class is like a passport that lets heroic spirits visit the modern era to act as familiar. It's a material vessel that they temporarily possess. There are 7 masters and 7 heroic spirits to serve them. Each is assigned one of the 7 classes. David the Knight of the Sword, Lancer the Knight of the Spear, Archer the Knight of the Bow, Rider the Cavalier, Caster also the Cavalier, Assassin also the Cavalier, Berserker the Mad Warrior. Only heroic spirits with attributes corresponding to the 7 classes can be summoned to the modern world, and they become servants whom the master commands. That's the servant system. Humans summon and make contracts with those heroic spirits beyond our abilities to handle, all in the hopes of winning a miracle beyond our ken. It's the greatest of the battles that can only happen in this land, like no other Holy Grail war. The duel reaches an even higher pitch. The short swords go flying from Archer's hand after blocking one of the Lancer's strikes. Lancer's skill is consumed. A seemingly straight thrust suddenly whips into a disarming act at Archer's wrist. It was an attack that Archer couldn't have avoided, even if he saw it coming. There isn't an effective way to parry the spear with his sword. That forceful block is countered with an even keener strike, while defending the minimal force will never create an opening to exploit. The clash between sword and spear is shaping up into an intense struggle to defeat an enemy outside of Archer's reach. You fool. There's no hesitation in Lancer, even as he taunts Archer. He pauses from the constant pressure he puts on Archer. Does he intend to settle the duel in an instant? Lancer takes the family root stance, creating a fiery glare with the now unarmed Archer. It happened in an instant. In the span of a breath, Lancer loses a flurry of blows that no less than a flash of light. Imperceivable. Forehead, neck, and heart. The spear moves to skill all 3. And yet, another flash of light counts as the first that I couldn't even follow. Archer's hand grasps his short sword once more. Like the weapon he used earlier, it is a Chinese sword not dissimilar to a cleaver. But the greatest difference between them is the dual wielder, eh? Wait, he was doing that with the one sword the whole time? Until just now? In each hand he grips a sword, each clearly meant to complement the other. Ah, playing swordsman are we? Lancer's spear sinks through the air. It becomes even faster, as if the herald Archer's certain death. The duel becomes a symphony of clashing blades. Two steel instruments play a resounding chorus. The sparks of their conflict rising to an never-ending crescendo. The battle is like a vacuum. It sucks in all the air around it, making me feel like I've been cut off by it, even there to flourish. It all happened in an instant, really, but as I watch with bated breath, the moment seemed to stretch on. Lancer keeps his foe out of his paper pocket, while Archer attempts to close the gap with his shield of dual swords. They've clashed over 100 times already, Archer losing a weapon each time, but instantly another sword appears in Archer's empty hand and Lancer is slightly driven back each time. Lancer finally acknowledges his miscalculation. He has no idea who he's fighting. But it would be a mistake to keep disarming his opponent as a opponent. A space opens between them. Lancer puts significant distance between them. Maybe he intends to start over. That agility isn't normal. Archer's charge defies human ability, but he's sluggish next to Lancer. The swiftness of Lancer's retreat had the speed and grace of a leopard. 27. I've disarmed you 27 times, and you still have more. Lancer sounds irritated. Actually, he sounded more confused than upset. I feel the same way. According to my father, servants typically only have one weapon. They're supposed to be singular relics of unimaginable power, not expendable items to be drawn over and over like Arch is doing. Servants are heroes whose spiritual rank are elevated to the magnitude of elementals or divine spirits after death. In a way, they're not unlike angels and demons. They're powerful familiars on their own, but their greatest strength is in the mighty weapons that prove they're heroes. Ugh. They are the favored weapons or armor that a servant used while it was a living hero, and is literally the servant's secret weapon. To a servant, a noble phantasm is a one-of-a-kind armor. It is the servant's indispensable ultimate weapon as well. The same goes for Lancer's spear. It can exhibit its power as a noble phantasm if he chooses. A noble phantasm is a formidable weapon on its own, but its true power is expressed by invoking its true name. Heroes' weapons are known to have slain dragons and gods, to have conquered the earth. Servants activate noble phantasms with their own magical energy. It's not unlike magecraft, actually. Servants use their noble phantasm as catalysts to recreate the destructions from their legends. A noble phantasm is most certainly not a disposable tool. Archer has produced a dozen of swords by now. Each seems like a masterwork unto itself, but they surely can't be his noble phantasm. He is an archer, after all. The secret weapon must be some kind of bow. What's the matter, Lancer? It's not like you to be so cautious. Where did all that fire go? Sneaky bastard. Think you could bait me like that? The cause of Lancer's irritation is obvious. Lancer has been fighting as a spearman while Archer has been fending him off as a swordsman, meaning that Archer hasn't revealed his cards yet. That must be frustrating to deal with. Fine then, let me ask you this. Which land are you a hero from? I've never heard of a bowman who's also a dual-wielding swordsman. It's easy to tell who you are though. They say that only the swiftest heroes are chosen as lancers, but you're outstanding even among them. There can't be 3 spear wielders as fine as you are in this world, and only one has such a bestial agility. Oh, well said, Archer. For a moment, the bloodlust is so strong I forgot to breathe. Lancer's arms move. It is a deliberate stance, without any of the nonchalance he has shown thus far. His spear tip dips as if to puncture the ground, but Lancer's eye bores straight through Archer. Then you will taste my killer technique. I won't stop you. You're a foe we have to overcome sooner or later. Lancer lowers his stance. Simultaneously, a thorny, bitter cold overtakes the schoolyard. The air freezes. I don't mean that metaphorically. It is literally ice cold. All of the matter in the atmosphere freezes solid. Only the warrior Lancer is allowed to breathe in the space. The spear in Lancer's hand is undoubtedly magical. Its true form eager to burst forth. Oh no. He's going to die. I don't know what kind of noble phantasm this is, but Archer is finished. This is the first time I've had this kind of premonition. As hard as it is to believe, I don't doubt it for a second. If Lancer unleashes his spear, Archer will die. That's absolutely certain. As Lancer says, his spear means death. Archer will lose. Lancer will stab him through the heart, and he'll die. Despite that, despite these premonitions, despite this insight, I can't help Archer. I feel like if I so much as lift a finger, it will signal the beginning and the end. Archer usually profiles an Irishman. If there's a way to prevent Archer's defeat, then it can only be... Who goes there? The sudden appearance of a third party whom we've all overlooked. Huh. Lancer's ferocity disappears. I hear the sound of someone running away. From behind, I can clearly make out the school uniform. A student. Someone was still on the campus? Apparently, it saved our lives. Archer answers coolly. Sure enough, the interruption did save our skin. I screwed up. I was so distracted by Lancer that I wasn't keeping an eye on our surroundings. Wait, what are you doing, Archer? Can't you tell? I'm resting because there's no one left to fight. That's not what I mean. What about Lancer? He went off to chase the witness, probably to get rid of them. For a moment, my thoughts grind to a halt. After them, Archer. I'll catch up. Archer pursues Lancer immediately. Damn it, I'm such a dummy. I curse my own negligence. It's standard mage policy to eliminate witnesses. Until now, I've been careful not to allow anyone to see me as a mage to avoid that scenario. Why did it happen today, of all days? Yawn. The night air feels oppressive, not letting even the moonlight through. I find Archer standing over the body of a student, collapsed on the floor of a terribly cold hallway. He looks wordlessly down at the student. An odor reaches my nose. The sight of slowly pooling blood makes me realize that it's the smell of death. Follow him, Archer. Archer should be running back to his master. If we can at least catch sight of their face, then tonight isn't a total loss. Archer goes off after Lancer. Only the foolish student and I remain in the corridor. I can't look him in the eye, but I have to. This is my fault. This is my fault. This is my fault. Since I was young. Since I made up my mind to inherit Tolstoy legacy, I've been prepared for this. Mages aren't governed by good or evil. I've known all along that this path would be a bloody one. A single thrust from Lancer's spear. If he got you in the heart, there's no saving it. I don't know how many seconds ago Lancer killed him. It's just a matter of whether he was unlucky enough to get stabbed through the heart. The blood loss isn't as bad as I expect for a destroyed heart, so maybe the injury isn't too deep. It might not be too bad, but if he's still screwed, if the blood has been cut off to his brain. That head is empty, don't worry. Oh yes, if his heart was wrecked, then he would die instantly. Still not dead? You're really something. It's hard to hear, but barely. My ears pick up the faint breathing that might be a death rattle. But it won't last more than a few seconds. I don't have the power to save him. Don't even have a way to heal my own wounds. I have to look him into the eyes at last. At least. I start to reach for the face of a prone figure when I realize that my fingers won't move. They're shaking. But why? I'm used to this. I've made this choice countless times. I've lost so much thanks to my own mistakes, my own selfishness. Selfishness. That's why I've always been ready for this day to come. Then, why am I so angry at myself? I'm sorry, I'll keep you company. You deserve that much. I use aloud to still my trembling fingers and legs, and check the fallen student's face. A great weight falls onto me. I feel like I've just been struck by a hammer. Don't do this to me. Why did it have to be you? I grind my teeth. No longer to brace myself against the shaking, but because I'm truly angry. Why did it have to be him? Why him especially? I'm not upset with Lancer for silencing a witness, as a servant should. But at school today, of all days, at this hour, you fool, why would you, of all people? Sakura's face comes to mind. I'm sure she'll cry. And I find myself recalling a day after school some years ago. The sky glowed a distant red. A boy that always ran. And a silly little girl watched him absently from afar. That boy got involved in something he shouldn't have, and now his corpse is in front of me. There's still a way. If I fail, I might lose my trump card. There's a way to save him. No. I'll lose it whether it works or not, so the outcome is the same to me. This is a mistake. His impending death is a foregone conclusion. It's my fault for not paying close enough attention to what was happening around me. And his fault for having the dumb luck to be here tonight. There's no need for me to go this far for him. My father, who left me with nothing to remember him by, did in fact leave me his heirloom to help me. It's a massive store of magical energy meant to be a trap card that helps me win this war. A precious, precious treasure, just for... So what? Stupid. Yeah, this is how you know that Heaven's Feel is like the canon conclusion. You have what, it's like no, you did. Shiro's only alive because Rin was like, oh yeah, this is gonna make Sakura upset. Like, you know, if Sakura didn't care about Shiro would be dead. I turn back and kneel by the dying boy. Well, that's that. The pendant in my hand gets lighter. My father's keepsake is nearly empty. With a clink, I drop it on the guy who was a second away from becoming a corpse. Nothing else I could have done. There really was no other way. I didn't have the power or the skill to bring someone back to life. Especially not someone with a destroyed heart, damaged blood vessels, and brain death mere seconds away. All I can do is patch up his missing parts with brute force. You're lucky to still be breathing. If you were totally dead, then there would have been no bringing you back any amount of magical energy. But if he's still alive, then I just need to help him the best I can. I would have really hated myself if I failed, but it worked out, I guess. Yeah, I feel fulfilled, if I'm being honest. This wasn't such a bad experience. Though really, I'm lying to myself. I should go. I did what I came to do. Better get out of here before he wakes up. Yep. There isn't any point of hanging around. Arch is off tailing Lancer, so I should just go home. On the way home, I remember. I left my father's memento at school. Though now it's just a pendant with all of its magical energy wrung dry. Oh well. I don't suppose I need it anymore. You might have a little bit of energy left in it, but it's less than 10 gemstones I'm carrying. What father wanted was for me to have enough magical energy to win the Holy Grail War. Now that I've used that resource up, its container doesn't mean much. I arrive home without announcing my return and plop down on the sofa. Archer still isn't back yet. I heave a tired sigh and listen to the clock tick for a few minutes. I need to get my head in the game. After a battle like that, what am I even spacing out for? I jump to my feet and make some black tea. I have plenty to think about. The 7th we encountered most of all. I finally watched the battle between 7s, which, until today, I only known about through books. Lancer, huh? I panicked when he seemed to have used his noble phantasm. When he seemed about to use his noble phantasm. But at least it would have let us learn who he was. Learning a 7's identity is key to defeating a 7. With the exception of that idiot who doesn't know his own name, a 7's greatest weakness is their identity. Once you learn a 7's name and identity, then you can mostly deduce that his heroic spirit's noble phantasm. It goes without saying that since 7s are heroic spirits, they have legends associated with them. Unraveling their history can reveal a lot about their abilities. Masters address 7s by their class name to hide their true name. The more famous the hero, the more likely their weapons and weaknesses are to be known. A heroic spirit who has become a 7 will never willingly divulge their identity. That knowledge is reserved only for their master. There's a tacit understanding that a master conceals their own 7's identity while trying to figure out the identities of other 7. Including this one, there have been 5 Holy Grail Wars thus far. Each 7's quality depends on the caliber of the summoned heroic spirit. Naturally, a famous hero, or one with a legendary weapon, is powerful. Accordingly, it is difficult to summon such heroic spirits. For that, if someone needs a connection to the Holy Spirit they're summoning, such as a weapon the hero wields during their lifetime. Even the Mages Association, with all its resources, only has a few such items in its possession. That's why most mages, myself included, summon a heroic spirit we have an affinity with. Keep going. A 7's strength is determined by the caliber of the heroic spirit, or so the logic goes. But reality isn't so clear-cut. Even a superior heroic spirit may struggle when the classes in play aren't favorable. Class-specific abilities can have a large impact on the outcome of a battle. Each of the 7 classes come with additional abilities, and the interaction between these can allow one to triumph over a stronger opponent. To continue the example, it is said that great heroes were defeated by lesser-known heroes in
each of the previous 4 wars. As far as I know, the best servant class is Saber. Saber fought until the very end in each of the last 4 wars. Saber, Lancer, and Archer are said to have powerful magic resistance. Magecraft isn't effective against these 3 classes. After all, they're warriors from ages of myth and legend, when magic was still prevalent. Spells cast by modern mages would probably fizzle out on contact. That's why the first 3 classes are generally considered the most desirable. The other classes to watch out for is Berserker. Heroic spirits summoned in this class lose their sanity. As the name suggests, they become crazed warriors and puppets of their masters, but are strengthened beyond power they had in life. She's too powerful for it, yeah, true. It's also worth noting that the stronger a servant is, the greater its burden on its master. In the past, masters who drew a Berserker couldn't control their servants, and ultimately self-destructed due to running out of magical energy. No exceptions. In the vast majority of cases, Holy Grail wars are won by the summoned servant's abilities. Of course, there are plenty of ways for masters to win battles, but basically it comes down to fighting between servants. That's why a master needs to commit the utmost diligence and effort to summoning a servant. Discontented, I decided to come up with projections for the battles to come. Before long, it's 11 PM. Yes, I fixed the clocks already. Archer comes home. Welcome back. How did it go? Sorry, I failed. His master must be a cautious one. I was at least able to tell the Lancer's master isn't on this side of the city. Figures. Lancer was all alone, and his master didn't seem like the type to show themselves. I see. Well, we knew it wouldn't be that easy. Everything can't go according to plan. So there's no use worrying over it. Or just give up and treat tonight as a learning experience. You seem dispirited, Master. What happened to all that combativeness? Don't tell me you're a coward after a single skirmish. If you order it, I can go back out right now and re-engage Lancer. Archer doesn't say it, but I can tell he thinks that's the right course of action. Oh. I must look pretty depressed right now, huh? That's not it at all. I'm not going back out there because I don't want to waste the effort. Waste what effort? Yeah, true. I mean, they haven't been one in the strictest sense, but have the first 3 wars technically been one? Like, they haven't been able to achieve, like, re-get the 3rd magic. But was there, like, a winner for the first 3? The masters aren't all accounted for yet. Tonight's fight was unavoidable, but we're not supposed to fight until the signal to start the war. Father told me that that's the rule of the Holy Grail War. I see. So your father was a master too. Archer nods in understanding. Actually. He's making a rather mixed expression. What? You got something to say to me? Yes, I forgot to ask you something. Rin, you've been raised from a young age to be a master and followed that lifestyle accordingly, yes? That means you always expected to become a master. Of course I did. Some mages are appointed as masters, but it doesn't work out. But it doesn't work like that for me. I'm a Tosaka. Winning the Holy Grail War has been our goal for generations. That makes sense. They already had an objective in mind. That's what I wanted to ask you about. I need to know my master's wish before I put my sword in service. So, Rin, what's your wish? My wish? I don't really have one. What? Archer's making a funny face. That can't be true. The Holy Grail can grant any wish. Mages only become masters to obtain the Holy Grail. So what do you mean you have no wish? Archer drops all pretense. Ah, right. Once the Holy Grail is won, the victorious master's wish has nothing to do with the servants. But that's weird. Father mentioned the servants have their own wishes too. But that's their own business. It shouldn't matter to Archer whether or not I have a wish. Fine, since you don't have a specific wish. What about a general? Like conquering the world, for example. Why? The world already belongs to me. You know, Archer, the world is just a set of values that revolves around yourself. I've had that ever since I was born. I don't need to take over something that's always been inherently mine. Archer looks at me with a strange expression. Many sudden. I don't believe you. The Holy Grail has the power to grant wishes. You could obtain anything you want in the material worlds. How can you not desire anything at all? World domination sounds like a pain, and I don't know what to do with it. I wouldn't know what to do with it. Not everyone looks at things the way you do, you know? And I'm having trouble understanding this. What do you fight for? If there's a fight to be had, I just want in, Archer. I'll take whatever I can find along the way. I don't really know how the Holy Grail works, but if I find that there's something I want, I can just use it on that. Not all people live to acquire things, you know. Meaning, that's right, I'm just fighting to win. Archer sighs and shrugs. Maybe he's fed up with me, but he finally relaxes. I give up. You truly are fit to be my master. I don't know how to respond to comments like that, so I wish he would stop making them. Servants may not have the right to choose their masters, but what makes you think I'm worthy of you? Do I need to spell it out? It's because you are, without a doubt, the strongest master. I don't need any other reason than that. Oh, well thanks. That doesn't sound like flattery coming from you. I turn away to hide my embarrassment. Archer usually acts like a smartass, so this sincerity is blindsiding me. Admittedly, I'm happy he feels this way. I've come to trust him, and he's come to trust me. I don't think this mutual sentiment is a bad thing. I suppose we should take a breather then. The 7th Master has yet to appear, but it might not happen right. Wait, Rin, what happened to your jewellery? My jewellery? Oh, you mean the pendant? I forgot it back there. It doesn't have any power anymore, so I don't really need it, do I? I suppose not if you say so. Yes, it's a keepsake from Father, but it's hardly the only memory I have of him. Don't say that. You don't have to, or you don't always have to act so strong, Rin. He nags me. Archer holds out the pendant I left at school. Oh, you picked it up for me. Don't lose it again. It really belongs with you, Rin. Archer avoids eye contact as he passes the pendant to me, looking almost bashful. Okay, thanks. I accept it. To be honest, I'm not sure whether to be embarrassed or play it off right now. The pendant is as I left it, as I thought. He really doesn't have any energy left. It's just an expensive jewel now that it's empty. But to put it in Archer's terms, maybe it still has some meaning as a memento from my father, even without its power. I suppose I can laugh this off as a net win since I've spent my trump cards to save someone's life. Wait a second. I'll jolt it up from my seat. I wasn't thinking straight while I lamented on what I lost, but I pull myself back together and it strikes me. He saw us, so I ought to alter his memories. Meanwhile, Lancer prioritized eliminating witnesses over fighting us. Lance's thinking should reflect that of his master, which means if the master went out of their way to kill a witness, if a master who went out of the way to find a witness, to kill a witness, finds out that he survives, they won't let him live. I stand up from the sofa. It's already been 3 hours. I might not make it in time. But I can't let this happen after all the trouble I went through. I sprint through the night. Fortunately, I know where he lives. Not because I bothered to find out, but because someone I happen to know, goes over to his place often, and I've never been there personally. Good grace. You're really making this harder on yourself. Archer grabs enthusiastically. It's going to be as much of a struggle to rescue this guy now as it was to save him earlier. It's midnight. The sky is shrouded in clouds. I arrive in an old samurai estate. The building closest to the outside shows no signs of life. There aren't many neighboring houses, so it's unlikely anyone would come, even if they noticed something was amiss. My breath mists white. The wind picks up. It must be pretty strong, because the clouds are starting to move. I find myself trembling despite the temperate Fuyuki weather, as a chill runs down my spine. People call Fuyuki a warm place, but you can feel the winter chill from the hilltops. The air is bitingly cold. The chill presses in and makes it harder to hear. In the midst of this air, it seems conquered by the cold. I keenly sense the enemy. He's here, the Lancer from earlier. I bite my lip. Something's on the other side of the outer wall. Lancer must have already infiltrated the house, waiting for its witness owner to come home to his death. We'll just have to jump over. I'll think about what happens when it happens. Just as I'm about to order Archer to go in, a flash. From the house emerges a radiant white light, bright as the sun. Its presence is all-consuming. The power radiating from Lancer is being washed away by the newcomer's even greater aura. An instantaneous explosion of ether gives the spirit physical form, and the summoned being overpowers Lancer. No way. All I can do is whisper, but the truth is staring me in the face. As if to prove the point, Lancer bounces up the wall, fleeing the compound. Hey Archer, is that one of your hypotheticals? Perhaps, but now all 7 of them are hearing. Archer is calm. Meanwhile, my rational thought goes flying out the window. What happens next should have been obvious, but I'm not thinking straight. There's a strong gust of wind. The clouds cover the sky like an umbrella. Darkness shrouds the lightless outskirts of the town. A servant leaps over the wall and lands gracefully, like an unworldly bird. Archer reacts. I failed to even twitch in response. That's my fault. The fight ends even before even a second passes. 1 second might be a brief instant to me, but it's a massive opening to a servant. A bladed wind closes in. Huh? Archer, Archer lunges in front of me. While the 7 cuts him deeply, it really was just an instant. It is Archer who was so gracefully fended off Lance's brutal assault, going down in one hit. Vanish, Archer. I made it in time. Before the 7th snake strike takes off Archer's head, I force him to retreat. Pain throbs in my right hand. Because it was such an extreme order, I used up one of my command spells. Now I only have one left. But this was for the best. It's worth losing a command spell or two to make sure Archer doesn't die. Without skipping a beat, Archer comes for me next. The 7 comes for me next. Don't underestimate me. I pulled out a wind-imbued topaz and feed magical energy directly into it, without any extra steps. It's a cluster of wind spells that I've been feeding into day after day, and they're enough to blow away a house or two without leaving a trace. This is one of the 10 jewels I've been building up for the last 17 years without skipping a single day. Even I can't beat this thing with it. It should be enough to slay. Or not. It didn't work at all. The moment it touches the 7, what ought to have been a tempest that would hew apart anything in its path disappears like a simple stage magic trick. What terrifying magical resistance. Are you telling me that a mage doesn't have enough magical energy to hurt this, No. My magecraft doesn't work and I've lost Archer's protection. I have no way to stop the 7.
Even if I barely manage to dodge its first attack, I'm finished. I look up at the night sky. In it, I imagine the ruthless Reaper coming for me, sprawling pitilessly onto the ground. What up, G? There he is. What? The wind blows. Through a break in the clouds, the moon peeks out and spirals the sky. Yeah, it is a really good team track. The moonlight highlights her elegant profile. So this is the face of the 7 who drove off Lancer. Took down my archer in one blow, and shrugged off my magecraft like it was nothing. That was an admirable display of magecraft mage. The girl's voice rings clear like a bell, yet her voice is the stuff of nightmares at this moment. But this is the end of you, Master of Archer. The sword she thrusts at me seems to shine. I know that this is my dying moment. One glance is enough to figure that out. This is the card I wish I drew. The sword-wielding hero is said to have been the most powerful 7. I look up the moon prepared to die. There's no room to beg for my life, no time to escape. With my death, Rin Torsaka's Holy Grail War will have ended on the 3rd day. You would think I would go about hating my foe, feeling nothing but shame and regret. But I don't feel that way at all. Something's seriously wrong with me. I'm one moment away from certain death, and here I am, entranced by my killer. Yeah, it's frustrating to be sure. There's nothing I can do now. Strongest 7 is going to kill me. She looks all at once heartless, utterly noble, and so very beautiful. Oh, there you go. That was nice. I do actually really like that the prologue is in Rin's perspective. I think that's a good way to start it off. Yeah, it uses like UFO tables design, but it's like the OG. Nice. We just load from there, I guess. Or do I just go new game? Ah, yeah, cool. Cool. Alright. Alright, now I need to make an attempt at going to sleep myself. That was cool. That was good. Alright. Yep, I'll just leave it there for now to finish on the prologue. It's what I wanted to get done at least. We pulled through it in the end. G9. Good night. Yeah, I'll end this stream just here. Gotta find the right button for it. See ya.